punchline well. Like a guitar.
All right, we got about 1 minute, ladies and gentlemen.
That's why you have a significant other. They always like
Yeah.
pick up.
Clay's good at good time stories and jokes. Really good story from his kid. Like he really sells. Really, it's hilarious.
He's got a couple steering wheels.
Okay.
He's Bay, right?
No, he's jeans. I'm sure has what you need.
No, my son found them.
Oh, no, it's like it's a big deal.
There's everything. Yeah. Text back, ask him. But then don't expect follow-up questions because it's like that. Kind of.
I know, yeah.
We should make sure that a topic of conversation tomorrow morning. Oops. All right, it is now 9 a.m. by the clock on the wall. I'm going to call this meeting to order. If you'd please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible. All right, thank you, everyone. Seeing this is a special meeting, there's no invocation or other ceremonies. I would like to take note that this is Ms. Shealy's last, I believe, roll call that she'll be taken. And I had that guess before I verified, and I guessed 105 years that you've been doing this. And I was wrong. It's 39 years, 9 months, 13 days, and 1 minute. And we'd like to say thank you for your service. Wish you well. Have fun on the beach.
I will. Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
It's funny you said 105 because I counted the elections from 97 till the last election we had, and I did 105 elections.
Wow.
Well, it's like 105 years, right?
Yeah.
Maybe
So,
more like 1,050 years.
yeah. And that was just for the last 29 years that I did that, so. Ready
Wow.
for roll call?
I am.
Morris?
Here.
Andrews?
Here.
Nelson? Henschel?
I'm here.
Spence?
Here.
Walter?
Here.
Flynn?
Here.
McAllister? Seifert?
Here. All righty, I'll get all caught up. First public comment when you're ready. Ms. Shealy, go ahead and read the rules.
Any person shall be permitted to address a meeting of the Board of Commissioners which is required to be open to the public under the provisions of the Michigan Open Meetings Act. Public comment shall be carried out in accordance with the following board rules and procedures. Any person wishing to address the board may state his or her name and township or district. Providing a specific address is not recommended. Persons may address the board on matters or issues which are relevant and germane to county government as determined by the chairperson. No person shall be allowed to speak more than once on the same matter, excluding time needed to answer commissioners' questions, if any. The chairperson shall control the amount of time each person shall be allowed to speak, which shall not exceed 3 minutes. The chairperson may, at his or her discretion, allow an additional opportunity or time to speak if determined germane and necessary to the discussion. Public comment will be solicited during the 2 public comment periods noted in Rule 5.4, Order of Business. However, public comment may be received during the meeting when a specific agenda topic is scheduled for discussion by the board. Prior to the first public comment, the chairperson will indicate the topics on the agenda for which public comment will be accepted. Members of the public wishing to comment should raise their hand in order to be recognized and shall not address the board until called upon by the chairperson. The board shall not comment or respond to a person who is addressing the board. Silence or non-response from the board should not be interpreted as disinterest or disagreement by the board. Please be respectful and refrain from personal or political attacks.
Thank you. So if anyone is willing to step up to the podium and speak at this time, please do. We have a lot for a special meeting today, so I'm going to be very hard on the 3-minute limit. Anyone like to come to the podium at this time? Going once, going twice. Don't everybody jump up at once. Wow. Couldn't have called that if I wanted to. Thank you, everyone. Approval of the agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to clarify, when we made a motion last week to set this meeting, one of the items, which is currently listed as item 5E, board rules. We didn't specify a specific rule, so it was to be a general discussion. I just wanted to ensure that any discussion of any board rule would be welcome at that agenda topic.
Sounds reasonable to me.
And then I move to approve the agenda as presented.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Henschel, the second Commissioner Flynn, to approve the agenda as presented. Any comments, questions, or concerns? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Thank you, everyone. All right, moving on, we're going to go right to the Grand Traverse County Dams Introduction Presentation, 5A. FBU Drain Commissioner Smits. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. How's the audio?
Good.
I can't hear so well, so if I ask you to repeat yourself, it's because I'm recovering from some ear surgery. And I can't even hear myself talk sometimes, so
Lucky you.
thank you.
See, come on, levity, levity.
Thank you for this opportunity this morning to give you an introduction to the county's dams. Short PowerPoint presentation. The slide deck is in your package, and I found a couple minor typographic errors. I'll be updating the county's website with a couple slide revisions. Basically, today, we'll talk about the dams that are owned or associated with us Board of Commissioners in Grand Traverse County, giving an overview of Part 307, which is the Lake Level Control Act, essentially part of the Natural Resources and Environmental Protection Act. And really who does what, broad overview, who all is involved in Part 307 related lake level controls, and how these matters are funded. A quick update on the Silver Lake dam status, the Duck Lake dam status, and a brief discussion, sort of an introduction to future discussions about the Elk Lake dam status and the chain of lakes, lower chain of lakes. Quick definition, dam, a versatile exclamation, or according to the Association of State Dam Safety Officials, it's a little bit more complex than that. And as we proceed down further, the complexity in the definition of dam gets greater and greater depending on which entity or which enterprise is regulating. Part 307 is what we're talking about today, so the highlighted definition is the operative one. Part 315 is the state's Dam Safety Act. It applies to dams that have impoundments greater than 5 acres and a head loss or head drop from the top of the impoundment or from the 100-year flood event level to the underlying spillway of greater than 6 feet. Suffice it to say that the definition under Part 307 leaves an important word or two somewhat undefined, and I will draw your attention to the word appurtenant. That will come up with regard to discussions on the upper and lower chain of lakes, where it has been offered that some road culverts might be appurtenant structures for lake level control. This is just a quick inventory of the dams from the state's website that exist within our county. 2/3 of them are private dams. The remaining third are either owned by the state of Michigan or by public governmental entities. You can see that the classification column on the right identifies the hazard level perceived by the state under the Dam Safety Act. There are 3 levels, low, significant, and high, low, medium, high, and it relates to the likelihood of property or human casualty in the event of a dam failure. Yes?
Can I interrupt you for a quick question? Back to the definition, right? Would those dams, those private dams, are they 315 dams, 6 foot or higher and 5 acres, or are those more like a 307 dam, which is just anything that holds water?
Well,
For lake, well, I guess for lake levels.
the third column is the authority under which statute the dam is regulated.
What does inventory mean?
Pardon me?
What does inventory mean?
I think it means it's not regulated by the state. That it doesn't constitute a regulatory action under Part 315.
It
And
may
it's
not
not a
be.
petitioned 307 lake level district. And there are a number of them. You can see them if you look at aerial photographs or maps of the county. Very quickly, this is where the Silver Lake Dam is located. You can see it on the shown here as somewhat of a funnel at the south end of Silver Lake in Blair Township. The conveyance system goes beneath US 31 and along Sawyer Road till it gets to underneath the railroad culvert, and then into the newly placed culvert the Road Commission put in after the flood under Sawyer Road into Beitner Creek. And it makes its way through a couple more impoundments down Beitner Creek into the Boardman River. This is what it looks like on aerial photography. Again, it's at the south end of the lake. The blow-up shows very poorly in the forested area that there is this funnel structure. There's really only two associated lake level control items at the south end of the lake. One is a valve that turns the flow on or off or regulates it because it's an adjustable valve, and it's located in that building that you see immediately south of the dam funnel. In the lower picture, the lid from the funnel has been taken off for the 2001 triennial dam inspection to access the dam internal workings and inspect the concrete. That lid that you see next to the excavator is structural steel with a stainless steel screen on top of it. And surrounding the structure is some snow fence to help keep debris off the funnel. As you can see, it's in a quite heavily vegetated area. Duck Lake, located in Green Lake Township, the northwest corner of Duck Lake. It's got a several mile course to drain through a small lake called Mud Lake, and then from Mud Lake it discharges into essentially the headwaters of the Betsy River, and it makes its way into Green Lake, which is 12 feet lower than Duck Lake. And just for example on the difference in elevations, the lake level control order for Silver Lake is 26 feet higher than the lake level control for Duck Lake. So there's that much elevation difference between those two lakes as you drive just a few miles down the road. This is the Duck Lake Dam. It's got 4 gates in it. Inside each gate are guides that you can insert essentially 2x6s or 2x4s or 2x12s to either release more water or dam up more water. As you can see in this picture, only the center 2 gates are open passing water at this time of year. In the summer, it can be a real tricky matter to maintain the lake level per the court order and still keep water flowing in the river. So with those 2, Gate 1 and Gate 4 closed, we're limiting the amount of water leaving the lake to maintain its level upward. And then again, the Elk Rapids Hydroelectric Dam, located in Elk Rapids, just outside the county. But as you can see from that blow-up of Whitewater Township, there are a number of property owners in Whitewater Township that rely on the dam for lake level control. Here is where it's situated in the village of Elk Rapids. There's a power dam that's circled where hydroelectric power is created or generated. And then there's an auxiliary spillway which releases a little bit of water to what's called Kids Pond. It's a water feature and park within the village. The spillway does not control the lake level. the power dam does. Quick overview of Part 307. This slide was extracted from the presentation that the Antrim County Drain Commissioner gave you a little while ago. I thought it was a useful tool to just really highlight overview of Part 307, that it covers what you see on the left, the establishment of the establishment of dams or lake level control structures, their construction and ownership, inspections, operations and maintenance, and assessments. And the entities involved in that, generally speaking from their presentation, is the County Board of Commissioners and its delegated authority. I like to think of them as the owner and the operator. One is an overseer or authority figure, and the other is the manager or the doer. This is a breakdown from the statute itself that highlights the operative words shall and may in the statute dictate things that are mandatory or optional. And as the statute is examined with respect to these different entities, these are three entities: the Board of Commissioners, the courts, and others, all have mandatory obligations under the statute that come into existence either during the creation or the assessment or the operation and maintenance. So some of the others that you see listed here under various statutory provisions include engineers that do the preliminary study to determine what lake level is feasible or ideal. You have people involved in finance, bond counsel, finance officers for assessments and for funding costs potentially in a special assessment district. And then you've got entities that are involved in expenditures. They include also suppliers, engineers who do inspections on a triennial basis, grantors of easements, where there might be property transactions involved. And then again, if you look at the list, just compare the list, each of these three entities have a limited number of functions. And then a delegated authority, the doer, has a good number of requirements. The Board of Commission, in my experience, has only delegated authority, limited authority, under 4 different occasions. The first was in 2021, when it granted limited authority to the Drain Commissioner to operate Silver Lake and Duck Lake dams through November of 2024. Then again, in August 2025, Green Lake Township was delegated authority to operate the Duck Lake Dam. And Silver Lake Authority has been granted for a brief period of time to ensure that the control structure was ready to receive waters this spring. That expired in 2024. And the current delegated authority, which expires at the end of this year, is just for to the Drain Commissioner to ensure that the triennial inspections are completed and the paperwork from those inspections filed with the state of Michigan. Here's a summary of one important requirement or mandate under the statute for the delegated authority with respect to assessment. And I've highlighted a few things that are useful or will be useful in discussion, specifically with regard to the lower chain of lakes discussion and the Elk Rapids Power Dam. So you'll note that the assessment proceedings shall conform to the drain code as strictly as possible. That wasn't discussed in the prior presentations that we've had with respect to the Elk Rapids Dam. Below section 152 of the drain code says that all apportionments of benefits under the provision shall be upon the principle of benefits derived. That means that any entity that receives a benefit may receive an assessment. And those assessments are not just pro rata or proportionate riparian ownership parcels or parcels that have deeded access to a lake, but they include municipalities. If I recall from the presentation, there were 16 different townships that were touched by the total chain of lakes matter. That's 4 counties, 16 townships, the village of Elk Rapids, probably the village of Bel Air, any number of municipalities may be subject to assessment, an at-large assessment related to, for the health, welfare, and convenience that are afforded by the creation of a lake level control district. There can be at-large assessments for MDOTs and railroads, for the counties themselves, and assessments can be levied for supplemental benefits. For instance, there is a benefit, arguably, to Antrim County for the generation of power from the Elk Rapids Dam. It owns the dam, it doesn't operate it, but there is power produced from it which is marketed and sold. And so there might be a supplemental benefit discussion associated with whether or not the county has not only an at-large assessment related to health, welfare, and convenience, but also for the supplemental benefit of revenue generation. And then, lastly, individual properties that benefit are subject to assessment. Interesting little...
Commissioner Smits, can you clarify, is an at-large assessment, does that mean that even though a park, say, from a municipality is touching the lake that's being controlled, the level of the water, because it's at large, that means the entire municipality, the village or whatever, is subject to a share, it's not a proportionate share?
No, it's an at-large share. And with respect to your example, that municipality may have a park there, but it also, which is for recreation enjoyment, but more broadly, the community may be benefited just by having
Sure.
a predictable lake level, amelioration of risk of flood, increase in commerce related to a tourism attraction regionally. The word benefit is quite fungible and broad, and the assessment process under the drain code is as much art and tradition as it is science and mathematics.
So, to follow that example, let's say there's a property owner that has 500 feet on a lake and a municipality that has 500 feet on the lake. Would both be subject to the same assessment? Let's say it's a $10,000. Does that mean the whole township or the whole municipality is paying $10,000 out of its general fund or whatever, and the individual homeowner on the other side of the lake is paying $10,000? Or does it mean that that municipality actually benefits more than $10,000, and it can be, as a municipality, assessed a different amount? Does that question make sense?
The latter. So in this slide, the example are at-large assessments and supplemental benefits at the top, or the first order of allocation of cost benefits, allocation of benefits, and then last, individual properties. So a municipality can have an individual property and an at-large assessment. So it can be subject to both. This slide shows a slide from a slide deck from Michigan Association of County Drain Commissioners. It's training on how to do assessments under the drain code. But where does the drain code tell and training tell drain commissioners or delegated authorities to begin? Start with the municipal units. You don't start with individual riparian owners. Start with the pie and cut out large chunks for the at-large assessment entities. And while it's not easy to see it on the slide, the email to the right is a follow-up from training presentation. This is from the attorney who presented to y'all with respect to the Elk Rapids Dam. And it speaks in the second paragraph in particularly that the word benefit is quite broad and fungible, and that each lake level district is unique and can have its own assessment protocol, its own allocation of benefits. So while prior discussions with Antrim County have focused on identifying the limits of the special assessment district and the individual lots benefited. That's a bit different than the assessment training process that the Michigan Association of County Drain Commissioners endorses, which is starting with the at-large beneficiaries. If you look at those allocation of benefits, you start with the big broad benefits, and then whatever's left over are attributable to individual riparians and deeded access parties. That's my understanding, and that's reinforced by training from the same people who have addressed you before. So what are you funding? Funding expenditures. This is how you are supposed to, under the Drain Code and Part 307, look at the cost to be assessed. This is the computational project cost and includes all these things. The first several are related to establishing the district, but by the time you get down to E, over the life of the project, this cost, or this expenditure category is going to be the larger over time, because presumably the structure is constructed well, it operates well, and there's not a lot of maintenance activities or a lot of court proceedings or other non-operating expenditures. And again, after operating, maintaining, and repairing, of course, are costs associated with interest and finance and the creation or establishment of the district. With respect to operating and maintaining, these two tables are extracted from the Drain Commissioner's files with respect to the last two special assessment efforts with respect to Duck Lake and Silver Lake. This is the computation of cost that is located in the Drain Commissioner's files. Neither of these for either dam include operating costs. These assessment computation of costs include the cost of the public process for updating the special assessment district, some nominal amount for maintenance and repairs, but nothing for operation. If you look at those balances on that table and compare it to the slide that the report that Dean was able to prepare for me yesterday and was left for you on the table, you can see that most of the funding that are in the maintenance funds for Silver Lake and Duck Lake are related to the maintenance and repair category from the computation of cost from 2015 and 2019 for, 2017 and 2019 for Duck Lake and Silver Lake respectively. So there's fund balance there, and ostensibly it was established from that computation of project cost largely for maintenance and repair. With respect to this dam status, each of these lakes has a well-defined special assessment district now. So the legwork has been done. On the left, you see Silver Lake existing in 2 townships, and with all the identified property included in the special assessment district in 2019. Similarly, on the right for Duck Lake, Duck Lake's figure that shows the assessment boundaries also includes color-coded tiers of assessment levels. So there's 3 different assessment levels in this district. Obviously, the ones in green have direct lake access. Those in red have deeded access or keyholed access. And in the third category, I'm not sure exactly what that third one is without digging a little bit deeper, but there's 3 levels of assessment for individual riparian ownership. And again, I don't know without digging back into it whether or not there were any at-large assessments during this process. With respect to your most recent delegation of authority, on March 5th, I sent out an RFP to 4 invited engineering firms that have either been qualified to inspect dams or have previously provided the county dam inspection services. And you can see the bid tabulation for the all-in cost for inspection and delivery of report forms to the county. It was awarded to the lowest responsive firm at $2,800 for both dams. And you can see there's quite a range. So, and there's one who declined to offer a price. So there's, I would say, deduce from that there's a moderate level of interest in dam inspections, and that the two that are very interested are very close in cost. This is the dam, and the dam inspections are tomorrow. I don't think I highlighted that. That's scheduled for tomorrow. And they'll begin at around 10 o'clock at Silver Lake Dam. This is a schematic of the Silver Lake Dam that highlights the areas to be inspected. On the south end of the lake, we'll look at the inlet structure itself and the control valve building. There's probably a quarter mile of underground pipe associated with this that will not be inspected except for at the terminal ends. It was televised completely during a repair effort back in 2019, I believe. So the condition of the pipe underground is pretty well known. The condition of the pipe on the west side of the figure, on the left side of the figure, downstream of Cox Pond is subject to some uncertainty. There's been probably about 800 feet of pipe there that's been buried for the better part of half a century, and its condition is unknown. It is outside the road right-of-way, and it exists in an easement. It probably needs to be televised sooner or later. There's some pitting evident at the exposed portion. Again, this highlights just a little bit of piping and the pertinent structures at the south end of Silver Lake. And the highlighted areas are likely maintenance areas or future inspection areas that I expect to come out of the inspection tomorrow. There'll probably be some need for vegetation control at the two yellow areas. The rightmost highlighted area is where the outfall pipe from Silver Lake daylights into Cox Pond, and it's quite overgrown. It's got a concrete head wall associated with it, but as you can imagine, near the margins of a wetland, the growth is quite robust and should be cleared out. Could be that it might need what's called a trash grate on it too, to keep animals from lodging themselves in there. Because when lake level is low and there's no flow in the pipe, it's a very attractive home, I think, for some homeless animals. The other areas where the water leaves Cox Pond, there is a modest control structure there, and there's a number of trees growing into it that probably need to be cut for sure, but roots very likely removed. And of course, the blue highlighted area is that several hundred feet of pipe underground that have not been inspected at all. So no significant maintenance issues are expected or likely to come out of this. Regular routine maintenance includes exercising that valve so that it doesn't freeze up. Vegetation control in the inlet outlet. These are operations and maintenance costs. Also, the easements that were granted, we need to verify that they're actually that the structures are within the easements. That no one's really looked at the construction as built to determine whether or not the easements that are described meet the current infrastructure. But if they need to be touched up or addressed, that's something that should be looked at. And then again, that blue highlighted area, assess the corrugated metal pipe culvert integrity. Duck Lake likely has significant maintenance issues. Gate number 1 is largely filled in with sediment. Shoreline stabilization is required downstream of Gate 1 where prior erosion has taken away some of the private property that the dam exists on. Duck Lake, as you'll see, exists on 2 pieces of private property, and only one of those has been granted an easement for the county to operate the dam. We need to acquire the second easement from Interlochen Arts Academy. The concrete spillway for the dam has never been assessed. The concrete's been in place since 1960. It's time to probably shut down a couple gates, dry up, and sandbag off the concrete structure itself and look at the quality of the concrete. The portion of the concrete above grade that you can see has got cracks and spalling and a phenomenon called effervescence, where mineral matter has precipitated on the surface of the concrete, as shown on the next slide. The operation of the dam is unsafe according to a MIOSHA audit. Handrails, guardrails, and/or a 2-person team for operating the dam is required pursuant to correspondence from MIOSHA. And then there's an area related to what it's called the Narrows that needs some repair and some reinforcement. As you see on the right, that is the phenomenon called effervescence. That's where water wicks up through cracks in the concrete and through pores in the concrete, and then as it evaporates off the surface, the minerals precipitate. That's an indication that there are pathways for water to get into the concrete, and over time, through freeze and thaw, they can break the concrete up. So this needs to be sealed. Right next to this is Gate 1. It's not easy to see from this picture, but with the gate having been closed for a good long period of time, there's a lot of sediment. You can't really move the stop logs in that gate very well. And of course, it's been closed because of the erosion it's caused to the private property owner that almost lost a sidewalk going from their beach to their home. This is a zoom in on the Duck Lake Dam site and its course to Mud Lake. Again, the property owner on the right side of the dam has granted an easement. Actually, the prior property owner, there is no easement for the dam's existence or for people to access the property on the south side of the dam. And on the south side of the dam is where the Narrows are located. This structure was where the lake was allowed to outlet while they were building the dam. It's just a little bit left of the dam. You can see where just a few hundred feet left of the dam where the stream comes close to the beach. That's right here. And there's a number of animal burrows and fallen trees that make this very narrow, less than 10-foot wide strip of land subject to erosion. And once that erodes, there is no need for a dam anymore because the lake will empty its contents out through this eroded channel. So that's why access and an easement is needed from Interlochen Arts Academy. This is their land, and to access it for construction or reinforcement requires legal access. A little bit on the Antrim County dam status. This is from the GEI report at the end of last year. There is no immediate dam safety concerns with respect to the spillway or the powerhouse dam. Nonetheless, the delegated authority, who wishes to be your delegated authority for this matter, is seeking a proposal for the tune of $300-some thousand to repair the concrete of the auxiliary spillway. Special assessment district is highlighted in the lower slide. It is the entire county. Every property owner in Antrim County by court order is to be assessed, as well as riparian parcels of land in Skagamog, Torch Lake, and Clearwater in Kalkaska County, and riparian parcel owners in Grand Traverse County on Scalk and Eggamog. Elk and Skagamog. Thank you. And of course, not shown here are the assessed parties in Charlevoix County. So the Lower Chain of Lakes Ad Hoc Committee met in organizational fashion on May 27th. At the conclusion of the meeting, there are 3 focal areas that their study will continue to focus on, including the pros and cons of segregating the upper chain of lakes from the lower chain of lakes in that ginormous special assessment district that you see here. One of the consequences of doing that is that the very expensive repairs to the Bel Air Dam might be segregated from the assessment from this county, because that resides upstream of the village of Bel Air. And then the lower chain of lakes would not include that dam. Also going to focus on delegated authority, what that means, what is ideal, whether or not the delegated authority currently slated to retire in a few months is going to be the delegated authority to see the process through. Because I think, as they've provided to this board in testimony, this is a multi-year effort. So I don't know who the next delegated authority is going to be, but I will admonish my colleagues on the ad hoc committee that it should be somebody with experience managing such projects. And again, focus also on this equitable cost model for allocation of benefits. There has not been much discussion yet on supplemental benefits or at-large assessments. And at the next ad hoc meeting, I will have a PowerPoint demonstration of an example of an assessment that was done for the Cass Road drain, which includes at-large assessments and supplemental benefit assessments prior to the allocation of remaining benefits to individual property owners. We were targeting next week, but that looks like it's an incredibly complicated week on everyone's calendar, so probably looking at the last week in June. If you recall, on February 16th, the Antrim County Drain Commissioner responded to council from your February 2nd request for more information. And they provided, if you recall from the information request, it had categories of information that was sought, and there were 6 different categories. This is the resulting data dump, and I can tell you that I've been through all of it on the first pass so far. Be ready to winnow down the most important portions of this stuff to the ad hoc committee at its next meeting, and to offer an opinion on whether or not the information presented is responsive to the questions asked. You can see of the 6 categories of questions that were tendered, Category 4 didn't provide any response, so not all information presented was responsive. Category 4 was a question about regulatory efforts, whether or not there is a regulatory mandate to repair the auxiliary spillway in absence of any safety concern. And we didn't get a response to that one. There was no regulation cited that was offered in response. So that's what I prepared today for an introduction. So you know a little bit about the statute that governs the 2 dams that you're wholly responsible for, and a third that is related to your leadership in our community, especially for the Whitewater Township residents, and perhaps at large for the entire county. If you got any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
I have one, Commissioner Smits. When is an expectation for the inspection to be done on the 2 dams we own?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
I'm sorry. So starting, what is it, today, tomorrow, the inspections on the 2 dams we own are starting. When can we look forward to a report on that?
That shouldn't take long. The entity that was awarded the contract has inspected them before. It's been a number of years. The forms haven't changed substantially. I'd have to look at the spec. I think I required the report within 30 days as part of the bid specification, report within 30 days of inspection. So we'll have answers within a month. And we'll certainly have some idea during the day of inspection what areas of concern are from the inspector. So I'm at a Public Works Board meeting in the morning. I'll be joining the inspector after he's already started at the Silver Lake Dam. But I'll be spending the entirety of the inspection period at the Duck Lake Dam with them. And we'll certainly download any pertinent findings from their inspection. I did the inspection personally in 2021. I didn't have any real grave concerns whatsoever for Silver Lake control structure. It looks like it's in good shape. The only questions are those areas by Cox Pond that haven't really been assessed by visual inspection, either by camera or by entry. But we know that obviously there was a washout of a culvert beneath Sawyer Road, so that area, it can be subject to deluge and wear.
Thank you. Any questions for Drain Commissioner Smits? Commissioner Spence?
Thank you. So on the third page with the state dam inventory for Grand Traverse County, there's the private ownerships. You said 2/3 of these are privately owned, and some have a significant hazard risk. So what's required of private owners to take care of their dams on their property? And because they're a significant risk for hazard, could they contribute to, let's say, Sawyer Road washing out?
Well, those are great questions. What I've learned from speaking with private dam owners are that they cannot buy insurance to cover a casualty for a dam failure. These are uninsured matters. I'm not sure which one was significant. It might be the Bissell Pond Dam.
Yeah, we could use that one as an example.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the Bissell Pond Dam exists within in Whitewater Township, in the old village of Williamsburg, and it's quite a high head dam. When I first was introduced to it a number of years ago, you could see water sort of leaking out the dam face. It was in rough shape. The regulation under Part 315 is the initiative and sole jurisdiction of the state of Michigan. They are understaffed, and as you might have heard from recent discussions from the most recent flooding, there's been some movement in the legislature to change that by further funding the dam and safety unit of the Water Resources Division of Eagle, and potentially to refund some of the emergency repair funds that were deposited after the Four Lakes Dam failure in a single episode of the legislature's effort to address the statewide dam problem. So it relies on overworked and under-supported state officials to enforce dam safety.
Commissioner Angel?
Thank you for your report. Very detailed. You truly are a brilliant man. Thank you. You mentioned overworked and underfunded, under-resourced officials. Do you have all the resources you need to do your job? There's a lot here.
Well, I don't have a job. With the dam inspection completed and the reports filed, my delegated authority is essentially over, save that request that the board asked to support the lower upper chain of lakes resolution. So I'm focused almost entirely on the drain code and administering the office right now. Every drain in the portfolio for the county is being attended to this year by identifying the boundaries for the beneficiaries within the district are correct and sound. Most of them were established in the 80s, and there's been a number of land splits and grading changes and new roads and culverts, so I'm focused entirely on the drain code.
Thank you.
Any more questions for Drain Commissioner Smits?
Thank you very much. And
Thank you for your
if you
time.
have any future questions, just feel free to reach out.
Oh, I'm sure I will. Thanks again, Andy. So we're gonna move right along. We have, item 5B is going to be, Mr. Cameron. Is he ready? He's right there. Mr. Cameron is here to talk about the Community Development Coordinator and quote-unquote department. Mr. Cameron, just preface this, if you haven't heard already, I've already been telling it to the township, so your phone should be ringing if it isn't already.
Okay,
So,
great.
please.
Well, thank you for having us here today. My name is Maxwell Cameron. I'm the Community Development Coordinator for Grand Traverse County, and I'm going to turn the presentation over to our consultant, Mr. Jim McManus, in a moment, but I just wanted to provide a little bit of context and background. So last year, through the budget process, the Board of Commissioners supported 2 FTE positions for extending the county's community development services. And as we are thinking about where the county can be most effective in meeting the needs of our community and supporting community development initiatives that are aligned in our strategic plan, largely regional in nature, multi-jurisdictional, we wanted to undertake a thoughtful process to do some planning associated with what the department priorities could be, what the staffing plan would look like, and really understand and internalize feedback that we're receiving from our community partners, as well as have this discussion with our board today about where you see community development on the county level headed. So we brought McKenna & Associates on board to help with that process. In addition to that, we hired an intern, Jessica Mastriani, who is a master's in public administration student with Wayne State University. She has been working on completing a pure county review and analysis of sort of what other counties and jurisdictions are doing in the realm of community development. So we'll be sharing some information about that today. In the last couple of months, we have been meeting as a project team, kind of working through some initial plans of how a community development office or structure could look. And I just want to, at this point, turn it over to Mr. McManus to talk a little bit about the work that McKenna has completed up to this point.
Thank you, Maxwell. Yes. Again, I'm Jim McManus, and I'm with McKenna, one of the team members for this project. When we started this project, we did recognize that there was a fast turnaround to get the project done and a lot of work to be done. So we did subcontract with Placecraft, and Elise Loud, many of you know Elise, has been instrumental in helping guide a lot of the public process and getting input from stakeholders and individuals. Many of you may have met with her, and some of the results that she generated are going to be important for the development of this department. Also want to comment that our steering committee that Maxwell is leading, with representatives from the board, townships, other stakeholders, have been very helpful in guiding the process and coming up with strategies for the formation of this department. So we'd like to thank them for their efforts and as we continue to meet and move forward with this project. So initially, the scope was to try to assist Grand Traverse County in the formation of a community development department. We did that in a variety of ways. First and foremost, to have a lot of public engagement, to engage local leaders and key stakeholders through the process in a variety of different ways. A couple of those ways were individual stakeholder meetings. Elise met with 22 stakeholders, interviewed them, and came up with a summary of results that is included in your packet. We conducted a targeted survey to local planning commissions and zoning board of appeals members so that your local communities would feel part of this process and receive 26 survey responses. The results of the survey mimic very closely to the results of the stakeholder group. So I think that we're on the right track in terms of the priorities for the department. We also, or Maxwell and Elise, met with the supervisors, and I came in and met with the department heads recently, so we've tried to capture information from everybody we possibly could as we try to create a good department for you. Take those efforts and summarize the public and community responses to prioritize the responsibilities and functions of the new department. And again, there are, we'll get to these in a second, but a lot of key components that are coming forward, the main priorities, and Elise has been very helpful with that. And then ultimately provide recommendations on existing county roles could be integrated into a new county development department. So what's it going to do? And ultimately, as a Board of Commissioner, that is probably going to be your final task, is to determine what roles this department will play. Some of the key findings: the county is being asked to fill a coordination gap. There seems to be a lot of interest in having an entity that could help all the different communities and the departments work together on larger projects to come to a common goal. And that apparently is something that is not happening on a consistent basis. So this department could be the ideal one for that, to be the coordinator for the entire county. Local governments need capacity and implementation support. Your county has townships at a variety of different levels in terms of their planning and zoning capacity and expertise. Some of your townships have full-time staff. Some of them are minimal, and they may need assistance at their request for potentially assistance with reviewing projects or enforcing ordinances, and this department could assist with that. Trust, local control, and consistent commitment will determine success. I think the local communities and the stakeholders want to see that over the course of time, that this department will follow a course, and that there will be a commitment from the county for funding and for staffing, and when projects are coming forward, that there's an ability to assist on a consistent basis. The highest priorities for the department: regional coordination and project facilitation. So everything dealing with transportation, infrastructure, multi-jurisdictional projects could all fit into this category. Infrastructure and utility coordination, the expansion of water and sewer into some of the rural townships, and doing that on a coordinated basis, and having an entity that could coordinate that over the course of time, I think is going to be important. Grant funding is coming across consistently. Having somebody that could be an official grant identifier and providing that administrative support, and this could be both for the departments internally and externally to the communities. There just isn't enough capacity within the communities to go after all the grants that are out there that might assist with some of their projects. Housing tools and implementation support. We had found out that there might be a housing ordinance or plan that's coming forward, plus some of your community block grant administration, some of the other federal programs. Housing is one of the major topics across the state, and having an entity, a department that would be the headliner for that would be vital for the county. Shared technical expertise and implementation capacity, the EPIC GPT programming, the building coordination, and assisting communities with the implementation of that across the board, and having the value shown to them and what some of the benefits could be. For example, scanning and having cloud-based building permit information at their fingertips is something I think that this department could manage. Transportation mobility coordination, both working with MDOT, the County Road Commission, local entities, and also in a non-motorized trails coordination could be an important component. And then shared systems, data communication tools, again, all going to be part of this department. Some of the ideal conditions for success, again, focus on the coordination, facilitation, and support. We're hearing over and over again, respect local autonomy and allow opt-in participation. So if you set up the department and you allow communities to come in at their leisure or their need, I think you'll have a market there for that. Clearly define its mission, role, and priorities. So I think we're going to wrap that up, but once you define what the roles are for the departments, that they stay on task and move forward with that. Demonstrates consistent support from county leadership, so yearly budgeting and staffing needs to be consistent. Relationships and trust over time. This is going to take time. In many cases, the face of your department, Maxwell getting out into the communities with his staff and meeting them face to face, assisting on projects, and knowing that there is a resource here that is available 40 hours per week, 52 weeks a year, is going to help build that trust and relationship. And, you know, within 3 to 5 years, I think you'll know for sure that you've got a successful department when people are calling in asking for help, and maybe sooner than that. Deliver early, visible successes on shared regional challenges. So we know that we've had, your county's gone through a significant amount of natural disasters as we were starting this project, and there were several road issues and washouts and things like that. And this department could be something that would have been able to assist with that process. You're going to have potentially updated transportation planning issues or infrastructure planning, and showing a project that is a successful project that everybody came together and the county was the coordinator of that, I think is going to be extremely important. The 4 primary roles: coordination, aligning the partners' projects infrastructure, so being available and coordinating when a project comes forward, no matter which jurisdiction it's in. Capacity building, technical expertise, implementation support, shared resources, especially in those townships where there is limited capacity. Funding and implementation, funding opportunities, grants, getting success with those will be vital. And then being the convener, you have the meeting space, you have the time, so when something important is coming up, and I don't want to throw anything out there, but let's just say one. So we want to have a training exercise on data centers, for example. It's a big topic, everybody's interested in it. Why not have this department organize the meeting, bring all the townships in, everybody gets the same message, and they could be the lead for that, and any other major topic that comes forward. How are you going to know, that this is going well, that there are actual infrastructure coordination efforts and projects moving forward, that we have received grant and funding coordination and money is coming in, that communities are calling and asking for their planning and technical assistance from this department for major projects within their communities, that your system of permitting is improving, and there are communities that are joining in through the EPIC GPT, and that cloud-based navigation is getting used, that there's intergovernmental coordination meetings across the county, and that there's housing programming and projects that have been approved and are being implemented and coming in, and there's transportation issues. I think any of these will come forward. And currently, you are doing a zoning atlas. We are doing online permitting, but it could get better. And then we are trying to find funding options, so find others, I think will be very helpful. As part of the process, there was internal county stakeholder groups, so I know we met with several of you. Some of the priorities from that: connect with all the municipal decision makers at all levels, not just at the top. So we strive to do that by having that targeted survey to the different planning commissioners and zoning board of appeals members. Infrastructure planning and coordination with road, water, sewer improvements. So if we know that there's a road project coming in, why not bring in the sewer folks and have a meeting that all those projects can be done at one time and you don't have to tear the road up 3 different times for 3 different projects. Capital improvement planning and asset management, long-term capital improvement planning, so five years out. We'll identify those types of projects so we can plan to have coordinated infrastructure planning that we're budgeting out, that you can see what's going to happen and communities can adjust accordingly, and that there be a clear plan with benchmarks and identifiers to help move the county strategic plan forward. Oh, I think this is, yep.
So we've also been looking at what other counties and units of government do to support community development, and this work largely has been done by Jessica, our intern. So I really want to thank her for all of the hard work and effort she has done in researching these communities. We've had the opportunity to meet and connect with some of the communities you see listed here and talk with their staff. And this is really just an overview catalog of some of the peers that we're looking at to figure out, what are the best practices, what could our organization chart look like, and what are some of the functions that other community development, planning departments, economic development departments take on. And so within the state of Michigan, we did select 5 peer counties to evaluate, and you see them listed here as Washtenaw, Ottawa, Livingston, Berrien, and Calhoun. And we've also tried to capture some information about those counties relevant to why we selected them, and also on the following slide we'll talk a little bit more about structure, but characterize the structure or how those community development programs are organized. In addition to that, we have been looking outside the state of Michigan to see what's happening around the country, and we're meeting actually, I think this week with Larimer County. We also decided to look at the city of Santa Fe, Chilean, Washington, and one that's not on this list is Nevada, California, as a county to review. And so one of the things that when we've looked at these counties, we've sort of characterize them in 4 different organizational structures. There's functional, divisional, flat, and matrix cross structure. And you can see here we've sort of given examples of what counties fall within these categories. Jessica did a really nice job laying out a larger presentation at our last project team meeting with respect to organization structures, and this is sort of just our starting point, but we're hoping to provide a full report on our peer county analysis by early July. But based upon the initial review that we've completed, the matrix cross organization structure is what we're recommending as far as what our department could look like, and that's really based upon a couple of things: what the size of our county is, economic and community development factors, and the staff allocation that we potentially have for community development. And so the approach is having a skinnier economic development department office, and we, again, based upon our review of similar counties, a office of 3 to 5 staff would be appropriate for our county size. But how we can really maximize that staffing is by working cross-functionally with other departments. And in this org chart, we've just given some examples of how we could work with GIS or Parks and Recreation, because we both need property information, and so GIS services would benefit both community development and obviously GIS. Grant writing, that's also something that could support not only community development but multiple internal offices as well as outside partners. And then Parks and Recreation, again, internal needs for strategic planning, could be a shared resource there. And what we've also kind of identified as we've looked at other counties is at the starting point, we want to take a more generalist, cross-trained role with our staffing plan. And so we would have multiple people that are cross-trained to provide services across the department, and then over time there can be a level of specialization that occurs. One of the really key things that we have found in talking with other departments is really consistency and longevity, and the ability to maximize service delivery through relying on those staff that have been there for a while, departmental knowledge. It positions us so we don't have to rely so much on consulting services. We can do some of that in-house, and that can be of value, especially when it comes to managing grants and other funding opportunities. So that's sort of the structure that we're evaluating as our project team, and associated with that, our next step is really to better understand after today's discussion, as well as our meeting tomorrow with the EDC, what priorities that this board has, and start to work on our staffing plan at the project team level as we work to deliver to you guys a report and plan for our community development services. So I know that McKenna has some next steps too they want to outline with you, but I'll have Jim go over that, and then we want to take your comments and questions.
Yeah, so what are the next steps? So as mentioned, tomorrow we're meeting with the Economic Development Coordinating Entity. Once that's done, then really all of our meetings and all of our stakeholder groups will have been completed. So we will start drafting the document and trying to finalize what the specific roles for the department is going to be. The matrix concept, I think, is very helpful and works. And will be most beneficial. And although I wasn't listed on the list of counties that were being peer reviewed, I was the planning director for Berry County for 30 years, so they're getting my input ad hoc as extra support and benefit. I can also tell you that of those groups that you were looking at, 3 of them, Ottawa, Berrien, and Calhoun, I have worked with personally on different projects. And even though, again, the local community was the project entity, was doing the project, whether it was a downtown development authority or a master plan or a zoning ordinance, that level of support at the county to help secure grant funding or to identify other funding options has really helped get those projects to reach its conclusion and been very successful. So they're a nice comp for you, I think, moving as you consider that. We'll start writing the report and hope to have you kind of a highly polished draft document by August. The intent was initially with the scope was to have this done by July. With all the damages and the natural disaster that you had early in the year, we got started a little bit late. So we are probably, 2 to 3 weeks behind schedule a little bit because of that, but everything is actually getting completed that needed to be done. We will continue to meet as with the coordinating team for at least the next three bi-weekly meetings. We'll have at least 3 more meetings. We'll be presenting that information, then be back to see you hopefully early part of August with a document and help you decide how you want to create your community development department. Do you have any questions?
Quick clarifying question. I think you said one of our members is on the steering committee. I don't remember who that is. You are? Yeah. Okay. So we can just making sure who to ask our questions for.
Or to blame. That's what she really was asking, whose fault it's going to be. Just throw that out there.
You didn't deny it either.
I know. Commissioner Hensel, you had your hand up.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation and your research. I really like looking at the other counties and what are the successful models. Did you happen to look at Emmett County where they're doing actual zoning for townships? And what might that look like for Grand Traverse?
We didn't look at Emmett, but as Barry, my input, I did zoning for townships. So they had that level of
How did that come about? Because, I mean, today, I imagine if we went to the townships and said, hey, we're going to do your zoning, there'd be like absolutely silence. No, nothing's going to happen. But how did that come about in Berrien County?
Yeah, so in Barry, we did planning and zoning administration for 11 of the 16 townships, and that actually began in the 1970s. The county did not have any zoning in any capacity, and it was governed by a board of supervisors at that time, and they, as a group, decided that there should be planning and zoning moving forward. So at that time, 12 of the townships went with the county, 4 of the townships decided to go on their own. And then we've had some adjustments back and forth over time, but it actually began right away in the 70s. And, you know, Berry County is as much a home rule county as any, as yours. And so I don't know if today, if it would have happened the same way, but the last few years, we actually started through an intergovernmental agreement doing the planning and zoning for 2 of the villages.
Okay.
So,
Interesting. I'm always curious how that might work with the centralized. I don't know how we would ever get there. That's the thing.
yeah.
Yeah.
The backup question of that, so if you're doing it for these these townships and these 2 villages, what's the funding mechanism for those services? Is it just out of the general fund, or are they paying for services that you're rendering?
They did not pay for any services. It was general fund based. Our budget for the county was about $300,000 to $350,000 for a staff of 3. But the funding you received is that the permitting costs were coming to you instead of going local. And then we also did soil erosion and some other things that were part of it. So we were getting funded through that.
I have a few more questions. You
Please,
dovetailed
go ahead.
perfectly into the next one. Funding. I love that you put the funding sources in your comparisons. However, they weren't in your presentation for us, though. Have you identified any funding sources for this? Are you expecting this to be purely general fund, or I know we have like a fund balance and our licensing fees. Have we looked at that at all, how we might fund this?
Yeah, so broadly speaking, we're going to be taking a hybrid approach to the funding model. That's what we will propose, which will include looking at some funding from the general fund, as well as potentially the county's, construction codes enterprise fund, the Brownfield Administrator Fund. We're still evaluating all of this, so I just want to be clear on that. And then the other component is, what we could get in terms of grants to do projects, and that could benefit us on the project side and being able to accomplish some of the stuff that we want to do as a department, and we already somewhat do that. And an example of would be with our project in Kingsley, where we secured a grant through the State Land Bank. And then there are also opportunities with a lot of grants to cover some administration expenses. So if we can handle some of those administration components in-house, that may be a funding source for the department as well.
Okay, last question, or line of question. you gave us a kind of a best-case scenario. And as a commissioner, I also look at, okay, worst-case scenario, what happens is we spend a whole bunch of money on this new infrastructure and nothing really gets done. So that begs the question, if we formed this on January 1st, on December 31st, how would you know you're successful?
So within a year, I think success in year one is, assuming that you choose grant writing as one of the functions of the department, that you will have at least received 1 or 2 grants that this department went out and asked for. That a project in some capacity came to fruition because of the coordination of this department with the different jurisdictions relating to the needs for that project, whether it's your water and sewer function, transportation function, just reviewing with a local community the complexities of a project and making sure that it complies with the ordinance if that's something that they requested. I think that's a success. Having a community call the department and ask for assistance on something, whether it's enforcement or a review of a project, or one that's going to show up in all the townships here next year is the land division process and the changes that are occurring with there, and asking for help. Having the mapping component, this coordinated mapping component, so that all the communities will have, that there's a kind of a library of maps within your department that this department could manage, and that they're available for communities as they do a project like a Parks and Recreation plan, that you could provide them with something at a benefited cost that they don't have to pay for through, say, somebody like me. So
Okay.
it's going to take a little bit of time, but you can definitely have wins in your first year.
So 2 to 3, maybe 3 to 5 years, what could I go back to my townships and my residents and say, quantified, this is a success because? What could we quantify?
So I do want to back up too, just for, on your last question, Commissioner Henschel. What we're hoping to share with the board will be exactly that, an action plan for a 1, 3, and 5 year horizon. I do think, the first year success will be helping get the department up and running, and as Mr. McManus indicated, securing some grants would be a really good benchmark to look at. Since I've been here, I think that we've brought in about $2.1 million in grants for community development related projects. So it's definitely, it's something that we can do in the short term. And so I think that, and another an example project, we have from our zoning atlas, we have our growth corridor study that we completed, which is a map that shows where there's the highest potential in our counties to support additional housing development. And so it would be great if we could by the end of year one have worked with a couple of communities to really flesh out what that would mean in terms of identifying properties that could support additional housing, figure out and determine what that make sure that the data that we have aligns with what the local preferences are, and move forward with sort of operationalizing that data. And so I think that as we look to long-term success of this department, it sort of is hard to quantify, but I do believe that we can focus on looking at what kind of grants and opportunities we're able to secure, document the support that we're able to provide to communities, either through adoption of our electronic permitting process or engagement in other community development services to support other community other community needs. And I also think that there is a strong internal need and role that the department can play in county planning and strategic forecasting. So helping with the county's upcoming strategic plan, helping with some planning that we can do with parks and recreation, as well as starting to look at what role the community development department can play in CIP planning. And one of the communities we've met with, Livingston County, they have a great model of CIP planning and tying that to their budget. We'd love to look at that further and see if there's a role for us to play in that space. So I think that our demonstrated, documented outcomes will be both from the internal side as well as working externally with communities.
Thank you.
I'm just going to come down the line because I think
Okay.
everybody's got questions. Commissioner Walter.
Thanks for being here. Just a question and a comment. I just wrote down when you were talking about enforcing ordinances, that was sort of a red flag for me because it wasn't something I was anticipating that this department would help with. I think you could get really bogged down in that. Can you hear me? You can get really bogged down in that and feels like taking on a role that doesn't really fit necessarily with community development. So I just wanted to flag that as something I don't really envision. And then question, did you meet as a stakeholder with the Community Development Coalition of Northwest Michigan? Because they have a really great scorecard that has specific targets for improvement by 2030. And it just seems like we don't need to totally reinvent the wheel if we coordinate some of that with them. I don't know if you can speak to that at all.
Yes, so we did reach out to that coalition group, and our timeline didn't align with any of their meetings, so we weren't able to meet with them as a group. But I know Elise did conduct interviews with folks that are a part of that group, and we're aware of what they do and their areas of focus that they've outlined. So
Yeah, I think it could be a good jumping off point anyway to align some of those targets. I know, the only difference is their scorecard covers, like, it's the 10-county area, but it is aligned with our strategic plan as well in many ways. And there's, if we're looking for metrics, they're there. So in terms of, what success looks like, I think it's a great place to align and possibly bring into that report you're bringing back to us in, say, a month or so, with what some of those, metrics of success might look like.
Are you talking about Networks Northwest?
No, it's through
Can
the
I-
Community Foundation.
Can I just share some information
Yeah.
on that? So I'm part of a work group looking at the scorecard, looking to revise it, looking to refine it, and ultimately give recommendations to where the Community Development Coalition will go. And so, yeah, certainly you raised a lot of good points, and as that moves forward, I'll be sharing information with Jim and Maxwell.
Great, thanks, Chris.
Is that it, Commissioner Walter?
Yep.
Commissioner Flynn?
I just have a couple comments, kind of about that with the qualitative and quantitative outcomes. Those are extremely important to have in place, at least an idea for writing grants. I mean, if we don't have things to report back on, they won't fund us. Secondly, sorry, I feel very hoarse today. Secondly, I know you said if we jump off with this whole department January 1st, I don't know if that's how I feel I want this to jump off, as much as start small, build it to success, and then move on to the next bite of the sandwich, for lack of better. So that's my two comments about.
Mr. Spence?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks so much. A comment and also an idea for a gap that I think you might be helpful with. I want to say, under your conditions for success, you mentioned respecting local autonomy and allowing opt-in participation. I have spoken to Garfield Township, and I think that respecting local autonomy is really important because they do things well, but I think there are some townships that don't have the capacity to do things at the level that other townships have, and I think it's really important for all the townships to understand that you could help with those townships that don't have such capacity. So thank you for that. And then, you know, I have spoken to our county's GIS and equalization department, and I also serve on our 911 dispatch. I'm one of the commissioners for that department, and there's been some issues with addressing the private properties and private roads, and I don't know if it's been fixed yet, but addressing and assigning new roads and names for roads that work with our 911 dispatchers in emergency situations is really important. And some townships are doing it differently, and it's not well coordinated at the county GIS and equalization department. They're working on it. Some townships probably have it done right. Some townships are still struggling. I think that would be a really good opportunity for this county department to have a process in place, a standardized process for addressing for the safety of the public.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And we have put that down as part of part of the strategy potentially for the department. And in one of my roles as the county planning director, I was the address ordinance administrator for Berry County, and I did all the address assigning and private road naming and verifications. So I think that is a role, and we have discussed it as a potential option if this department were to include GIS.
Thank you.
Commissioner Morris.
I'm good.
Commissioner Andrews.
Thank you. I'm going to start by echoing Commissioner Flynn's comment that I like the idea of this being an evolution necessarily instead of a stand-up, right? I see that we are already doing that. We brought in Mr. Cameron. He brought in an intern. We've hired a consultant. We are evolving. I see this as the next evolution, but I don't know that we need to have a firm like it is going to be this with this many people and this much money at this time. I think we should take steps because back to the point on that swirly chart that you showed, building trust and relationships over time takes time, right, by definition, and I think that that's critical to the success, right? So I don't see how I think we have to do these in tandem, and so that's just a big picture. Like, I'm okay with this remaining, Mr. Maxwell, Ms. Mastriani, did I get her name right? And plus one, right? That's kind of what we envisioned as a 3-person. We've had one, we added 2 for a while.
I think that's what we budgeted starting
Right.
in July.
For this year, but I don't necessarily support going bigger next year. I don't think we've sat at this spot long enough, in my opinion, to grow it beyond what we've already grown it. That's just a perspective. I'm one of 9, but I'm good with sitting here at 3 for a bit. I want to know long-term planning. I just made a list. We have the MMPC, waste, right? Every community in our county has to deal with trash and recycling and how it gets from wherever it's generated to wherever it's going. And we have a plan that we're working on for that. We have MPO, transit, right? Planning, looking down at planning. Road Commission, they have planning that they're trying to get project lists going. MS4, we're a brand new MS4 community. We've got stormwater. Stormwater is by nature integrated. It moves downhill. The drain commissioner pointed out 26 feet of elevation change, right? Like stormwater is interconnected between communities. And then on top of that, every single township, village, city and DDA within our community, and there's about 17, I think, if you add them all up, has a plan. Every one of them has a plan. Brownfield has plans, so does Land Bank. All these plans are disparate. We have emergency planning for hazards, natural hazards, transit hazards. I feel like I don't really want to make more plans. I want to coordinate the plans we have. I feel like that's really critical. It's like layering these plans on top of each other, not making more. And I think this goes back to the point, like this coordination shouldn't be additive so much as sort of building on what already we do, right? The housing, I didn't even mention Traverse City Housing Commission. They are experts in housing. That's all they do. I know it's not a county board, but they do this really well. So I don't know how you take all of these existing disparate planning entities and bring them together, but I think that's really important. I think that's one of the pieces that we're missing, is that every one of those plans is made in isolation. Every single one of them. I sit on several of those entities, and we don't look at the road plan when we do the waste plan, and the township's not, right? Like, that's a key function here, is to pull the other plannings together into a sort of overlapping plan. So those are my comments.
I
So-
think, can I just add
Absolutely.
to that? That's how I envision it as well, is where do those plans align? Where is the opportunity for efficiencies? How can we help them get those, how can we help them achieve those goals, right? I think that's the role of this department I see, or helping with that, is the alignment and the efficiency. And I'm excited about it. I'm feeling positive, and I also agree with an incremental approach to growing the department and starting off with the same number as we had originally planned and growing it from there.
I think if you refer to the conditions for success, they'll answer a lot of those questions. I agree that we should start small. We should be able to build relationships and also respond accordingly. And the bigger the department, the more archaic and geologic time creeps in. And the same thing with mission creep. On this end of the table, we have all these projects that we would like to work on, and then all of a sudden, now we're building a new planet, and we didn't do anything, and spend $10 million or $40 million or whatever it is.
Mr. McManus I want to give him credit for saying dig once, and a coordination of all the plans so that we are efficient. And you said dig once, and I know exactly what you meant by that. And it speaks to what you were just talking about.
I think that the way we're envisioning it is the only quote-unquote new plan that we would suggest is a long-term capital improvement plan. Everything else would be coordination and merging what's existing.
Go ahead.
I will say too, I think we're over here like, whew, that's a sigh of relief, because what you guys are talking about is really aligned with what our meetings at the project team level, what we've been discussing, and how we're thinking about this. And to Commissioner Andrews' point, there are some amazing entities out there doing some work in this space, and we have tangible examples of how we already support that, and the Housing Commission is a great example. So they want to build affordable housing in our community. We can leverage things like our Brownfield Authority and our Land Bank Authority to help with projects like the one that we're working on with them across the street. And we're uniquely positioned to do so because we have a Land Bank Authority, and we're able to access funds from the state land bank. And so we did that, and we secured a grant. So it really is about working in tandem with our partners, maximizing those resources and opportunities, and bringing everybody together at the table to accomplish what our communities, what our communities want, and us bringing that multi-jurisdictional regional perspective. So we want to walk in partnership with the folks in the community we're working with. So.
Well, I'd like to thank you, gentlemen, and Ms. Mastriani back there for a great report. This is exactly what I've heard that we've been looking for as a county to move forward in the future and create partnerships. And I also am excited, aside from the other things I said, and look forward to your presentation in the future. If there's no more comments, questions, or concerns for these gentlemen, I'd like to move on Thank you again very much. I
Thank you.
appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. McManus. Mr. Cameron, I think you have one more.
I do.
Housing
have-
study?
We have a consultant that's joining online. Is that Mr. Sauer?
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
Jeff, we can.
I think he has the presentation.
Should we take 5 while they set up?
Yeah.
Yeah, why don't we take a break? We'll come back at 10:02.
Yeah, right.
Hey, Jeff, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep. Can you pull up the presentation on your side?
Yes.
wanted to see how that works.
Right. We wouldn't put our name on it.
I don't know.
The reason
Well, you know what's funny about that is everybody talks about getting rid of townships, and I'm like, townships are one of the things that, for my community, has saved my community. So, yeah. Did you also see the approved ballot language for Noel? Oh, yeah.
She's got 60 days to collect.
Yeah, but if you're not, but if you're not reading the writing on the wall,
I had a
I mean, between a little tirade with us, because she
I think so.
effed up something that's been in process for
What's something
decades.
going on? I
because she
couldn't
doesn't
see
wanna do
on
it.
the screen. Something going on with it, able to.
Yeah, they approved it last language for the ballot last week, but they gotta get 14,000.
Yeah.
It's a lot. I mean, you could probably hire it done, but I don't think they I don't think they have any, yeah, I don't think they have any money. But it'll be, yeah, again, interesting times, just when you think, you know, it's all 55 in Cruz, right? Crazy stuff.
I think we're pretty tame.
the details. I do have a paper.
All right, we're gonna call this meeting, back to order. Mr. Cameron, are you ready?
Yes.
Please proceed.
So thank you for having time for a discussion on our housing study as well as the community development presentation we looked at. I'm just going to go ahead and introduce our a consultant community scale and have them present on our housing study for Grand Traverse County. But to back up and provide a little bit of context, this was something that came out of our TIF policy ad hoc committee, and I, like many people before me, are butchering the name of that ad hoc, but it does capture the spirit of the nomenclature. But in addition to some of the policy related to workforce pilot and some additional stuff that we worked on with understanding workforce and some of the other challenges of housing in our community, that committee also worked on putting together a scope of work that turned into the RFP that we used to solicit bids for a county-wide housing study. And from the bids that we received a couple of meetings ago, the board approved Community Scale's proposal to provide those services. And when we had discussed this with the board earlier this year, the board expressed a desire, sort of on the onset of the project, to meet with our consultant team to share input and better understand their methodology for what they're working on. So this is really sort of our kickoff meeting for this project. We have met once with Jeff and his team, getting an understanding of what sort of data and resources that they need. So we spent the last week sort of data dumping on Community Scale, and as they're kind of sorting through that initial information from us, we also wanted to get this in front of you so we could have this discussion today. Sure, Jeff may talk about this in his presentation, but one of the other things that we're hoping to accomplish here in the near future is a series of focus groups that will be meeting with economic development, organizations, developers, real estate developers and municipal and county level staff and board to get their input on the housing conditions, existing conditions in our market. So just wanted to put that on the radar. You'll be seeing some more information about those groups, and we're going to have Community Scale join us in person for those discussions. But that's all the background information I wanted to provide. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Jeff to kind of walk through his presentation, and then we'll open it up for discussion.
Very good.
Great. Thank you, Maxwell. I hope you can hear me, and nice to meet everyone. We're really excited to begin this project with you. Honored to be selected and excited to get going. As Maxwell said, I'm going to give a quick overview of our approach because we're just getting started. We have not gotten too far along. So we're excited about the opportunity to chat with you, go over our approach. We do have some flexibility in some of the research questions we're asking, for example, so I'll give you a chance to weigh in on that. And we knew that you were interested in this opportunity as well as we were as we're submitting our bid. So it's excited to have this conversation. So just to introduce ourselves, we're Community Scale. We're a planning firm based in Massachusetts, but we have staff in 4 states. We're active all over the country. We're set up as a very data-forward, analytical organization. We specialize in housing plans, housing studies, zoning, and similar topics. And we are particularly experienced and set up for county and regional scale, multi-jurisdictional scale studies. So we'll be thinking about the housing topics at the county level, and then also being able to break it down at sub-geographic levels, municipal, township, and however the data supports. We used to work at a bigger firm, and we set up Community Scale very purposefully to be easy to work with, to be flexible. These projects always, we know what we're doing to a point, but there's going to be some questions that come up, some unexpected discoveries. We want to make sure we're flexible, so we build that into our process to be able to adapt as we go and learn things. We bill on a % complete fixed fee basis, so we don't run out of budget. We're not going to not be able to finish because we spent too many hours on something. It's in our interest to make you happy with the result, make sure we get to the finish line successfully. We know that it's hard to find money, so we're not going to be asking for change orders unless something very significant comes up that we all agree is worth changing course for. And we bake into our analysis a number of interesting data sets, census and market data, of course, but then also lots of other interesting data sets that we can keep up to date and zoom in at a pretty granular level to inform our analysis. We've done similar county and regional studies throughout the country, including in the Midwest area, Great Lakes area, recently working with the Met Council. We've worked down in Indiana, Omaha, Council Bluffs. We're working currently in suburban Charlotte and South Carolina. I'm in Birmingham, Alabama at the moment, working on a regional study. Western New York, also a place we're working actively in a several county region. And I think one important takeaway is just that we're specialized in operating across place types from urban to suburban to rural. And many of these regions we work in are predominantly rural. So we understand how different things can be, how different capacities can be at the local staff level, for example, at a rural in a township or a small town versus a larger city. So I want to present our approach through 2 lenses. The first will be the research questions that we're asking ourselves. And then the second will be just a timeline to show how the task work proceeds from start to finish. So for starters, we'll get into in our analysis just developing an understanding of how the housing supply has evolved. What are we working with? What are the patterns of development? What are some of the major variables within that housing stock? Non-permanent residents, for example, we know is an issue with Grand Traverse County. And where are the trends suggesting we're headed, and how does that differ from place to place within the county? And then we want to compare that to demographic trends and other market trends that are shaping and changing housing need and demand in the county. Because one important question we start with is just, to what degree is there alignment or misalignment between the needs of the community and the housing supply that we have today? And there are several national trends that we already anticipate will be something to talk about. Aging communities, trying to attract more workforce. So these are all questions we'll start to look into, and housing is a big part of being able to support those goals associated with those topics and those groups of people. Especially informed by the focus groups that Maxwell mentioned, we'll try to unpack what the barriers are to housing production, and not just housing production, but housing access. So that refers to people's ability to buy a home that already exists, and where are there, what's making it difficult to finance development? Are there feasibility constraints? Is it different from project type to project type, single family, multifamily? Get a sense of what's holding us back relative to what our goals are across the county. And then if that's maybe a broader survey, we also want to zoom in spatially and ask ourselves what locations in the county are most strategically positioned as we think about where the primary gaps are in the housing supply. That'll translate to housing types that we want to try to facilitate more production of. What are the best places to put those? Not all places are created equal. An important consideration just right out of the gate is where is there infrastructure to support new housing development of the scale, of the type that we need to see, and that would probably vary from place to place. Where are there already amenities, services, transportation options, the sorts of things that could support different types of populations, different types of housing development, so that we're aligning our regulatory and investment strategies around what makes the most sense. How can we make the most of the resources and assets we already have? We're going to pay special attention to existing incentive programs. So first of all, we'll just try to inventory what has been built through those programs. How successful are they? We'll ask the stakeholders for their feedback and do a little bit of a scenario analysis. If we were to modify a program in a certain way, change the criteria, narrow the scope of the housing types it's looking for example, we'll work together to figure out what the appropriate scenario parameters are. What does that mean for how effective it might be in helping produce housing, helping support affordability at the price points and income levels that we want to promote? And then finally, what additional policies and strategies can promote more housing? And we can present this in a couple of ways as well. So for example, we could develop a toolkit of strategy ideas that can be utilized by municipal and townships across the county independently, should they choose to. There's also a component of that could dovetail into the community development department evolution. What is the role of the county and other key stakeholders through an action plan or a set of priorities or a sequence of projects and investments and next steps to move towards the goals we'll identify and fill some of those housing gaps we'll note in our work. So just to look at it through that other lens, so you get a sense of how the project will proceed through the calendar. We're going to start, we've started, as Maxwell said, gathering data and preparing for our July trip. So we'll be looking into the supply and into the demand, as I mentioned before, and trying to surface what those gaps are. Looking for alignment between the current housing and the households that we have. Also thinking about the planned housing and where the demographic trends are taking us. Are we moving into better alignment? Are we getting into worse alignment? And what are the housing types and locations that we need to be focusing on to address these gaps? Well, that'll be a preliminary take, our first take, that will then ground truth with our stakeholder groups. We'll talk a lot about those opportunities and barriers, get the feedback on the incentive programs, and just generally start to get some input from people who are working on the ground around potential strategies, policy ideas, and other suggestions that could feed into the output of our work. So in August, we'll dig into the incentive program specifically. We'll think about those scenarios. There might also be in July and August a little bit of adjustment in how we're thinking about some of these things based on what we've learned to that point, what's come out of the focus groups. Maybe some of those research questions need to be modified a little bit. And then in September, we'll issue our recommendations and our final report summarizing our work. To support that report, we also develop some interactive digital deliverables. So we will build an interactive map that will be, we'll use that to just facilitate our process, but we can also leave that with the county as a tool moving forward. It's particularly interesting to help see how some of the demographic trends and the housing stock and development patterns play out spatially across the county. And then also think about what you're seeing here for a project we did in Central Massachusetts, which is pretty similar. There's a larger city in the middle and then more rural places around it. That analysis tries to understand what places are most suitable for different types of housing, and try to drill down to at least the neighborhood level, the sub-geographic level, to help inform decisions about where things should happen, what should go where. And then that will also be supported by a dashboard that includes data, some of the key data points within the report, that provides another way for people to access that. It's also tied into our live database. So as we all know, the housing topic is a rapidly changing story. And so this dashboard will remain up to date for a time after we're done. As new census data and other things come out, it automatically refreshes itself to help track changes moving forward. And that's something we can also think about. We can design to some degree with you to make sure that it's useful both at the county level, and then it also provides the opportunity to present similar information at the municipal levels, at the local level as well. Okay, so that's the overview. Happy to have a discussion, answer any questions you have about how we're approaching this.
Any questions?
Got a few.
I think it's funny that you have to say that. Commissioner Andrews, please.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and for jumping into this analysis. This has been a long time coming. We brought the recommendation at the end of last year to do this. Obviously, it's gone through some iteration. Our board reviewed the scope of work before this went out. And that's where I want to just touch base in particular, because making sure that the outcomes of this study are consistent with what the recommendations were. One of those is, there's very specifically to characterize short-term, medium-term rental market, an estimate of the short and medium-term rentals in the county, number of units that are owner-occupied versus used solely for short, medium-term rentals. My assumption is short-term is overnight, medium is 3 to 6 months seasonal, as opposed to year-round. Those are undefined, but that's my sense of
I
it.
think they're somewhat
That's-
defined, like in
yeah.
the city, long-term is considered 30 days or
Yeah.
more.
Okay.
Short-term is generally under 30 days.
So what is medium-term?
Like, I
I'm-
would think of it as like a seasonal rental,
Yeah.
not a long-term rental.
So something between 30 days and a year.
Yeah.
Right, that's what I would think of too.
Typically, maybe, yeah,
I mean, we know there's a
6 months
market
and under. Yeah.
of housing available in the winter. October it comes online, and out by May, and those people sometimes camp,
Mm.
right? We all know people who depend on those medium-term rentals. So the study is intended to include short and medium-term rental market, and also the vacation and second home market. We heard recently about that, right, from the Chamber of Commerce, that is a key component to why we're building so much, but not seeming to make a dent in our housing shortage in part. So I just want to make sure that is specifically covered. That's a look back, right, as part of where we're at now and how those markets have changed. And
Yeah,
I
'cause
did.
that was different, that's different than the rental market. These are just second homes. They're not all being rented out, right? They're just,
Right. Is that your understanding of what will be included in the study?
Yes. Jeff, do you want to speak to that?
Yes, we are definitely looking at those things. We have experience in several markets where those are major issues. So we're working in multiple locations in Vermont, for example, Stowe, Vermont, where 60% of the housing stock or about half of the housing stock is not full-time rentals. Working in Martha's Vineyard, Massachusetts, Blue Hill, Maine. There are parts of Western New York that are experiencing those things. So we're pretty familiar with how to detect those things. I mean, it somewhat depends on the data that's available, but there are also proxies we can use to try to estimate those things. And then also to think about, how they impact the housing market, how they can distort the housing market, especially for certain housing types. So I think we're definitely, it's baked into the scope for sure and into our approach.
And I just want to make sure we're coming back to that the report will include a geographic distribution of that characterizes the location by location and zoning districts as appropriate. So we are going to be able to see where those are, right? That's part of what we're going to, one of the outputs.
Yes,
Yep.
and as
Yep.
it can be challenging to get, it depends on what the data tells us, so we might have to use proxies, but we think that's critically important. It's not going to be evenly distributed across the county. There are going to be hotspots that will show up in market data, will show up in a number of sources. So yeah, we will tabulate that and also map that.
And then another component of that scope of work was to do some validation or evaluation of the projects that we have already approved in this community. We've approved, I don't know, 6 to 8, maybe more incentive projects over the last 4 or 5 years. And the scope of work provides that we're going to look at the last 5 years and use the data that's out there to assess what happened with all those projects. Did they achieve what they were intended to achieve? So because I think helping us evaluate incentives going forward depends upon having some perspective on what we've already done, we often give out funds or tax breaks without assessing their efficacy. And I think this is part of what this study is meant to do, is assess the efficacy of the projects we've already done. So I want to make sure we don't lose that in this report.
I would also add to that, positionally, when things are approved at the county level, they may take a period of time in which to come online. And so we're hoping that with this study, we can do some forecasting too, to understand the projects that are in the pipeline and what the impact that those projects, may have in the future. We have asked Housing North for information that they also have on projects, either ones that were, approved through, let's say, Housing TIF, but other projects that are just happening in the community. So we're looking forward to sharing that information with the consultant. To go back to your previous question also, Commissioner Andrews, I was trying to figure out a way to shout out our equalization and GIS department, and that's a great opportunity to thank Mr. Baker, Mr. Green, and their staffs for providing information on principal residence exemption, going back a number of years. So we've already shared a lot of data with community scale in the last couple of days related to principal residence and trying to understand that secondary home rental, short-term rental market. Also, when we reached out to East Bay Township, their planning department was also very responsive in providing information. So I want to share a thanks to Claire Carner and her team.
So I guess that raises an interesting point, because when we look at projects, if it's a housing TIF, it's come through this board, is my understanding, right? So to the extent we're looking at projects in the community that are making a dent, right, in housing, I think it would be helpful for us to look at those that did get incentives, as well as the non-incentivized, right? Like, how much is the market taking care of on its own because of the demographics of this community? So I wouldn't want to narrow the scope to only incentivized projects, but as well as non-incentivized. And related to that, to the extent we're looking at projects that take years, right, to develop, we as a committee, the housing TIF, brownfield TIF, what all the just rolls off your tongue what that committee is called. We received a lot of input from other entities and collaborators on concerns besides incentives, right? I do have some concern of overemphasizing incentives when we know that, and that's why we included in the scope of work recommendations on best practices and policies that help meet these goals. We know that there's a glut in building permit issue, timelines. We know that, or a choke point. We know that things are taking a long time, between zoning and naming a road and getting the road cut and then getting the width of the road and then getting the, right, there's all these other things that are beyond just zoning, right? Like you could have high-density zoning and you can still take 8 years to get a project off the ground for all these other things. And I want us to have a holistic perspective on that so that when we're talking about things we can do, we're not just talking about who can we give tax breaks to.
I guess that's what I was assuming, that last question, what additional policies and strategies can help promote more of the housing? That seems to be more of an umbrella and isn't just
Yeah,
incentive-based programs. That's what I'm hoping anyway, is inclusive of.
I hope so too, but on the next slide where it says in August and September, incentive program scenarios and incentive program strategy are the two highlighted outcomes. And I just want to make sure that we're not limiting the outcomes to incentive programs. I just have a lot of concern about things that are not just, I understand that taxes are high and that giving tax breaks can help, but I also think there are other things, and I just don't want to lose sight of that in the study. That is a key driver of what we want to see, I think, as an outcome, at least at the committee level, and I think as reflected in our scope of work. So I just want to put that out in the conversation.
Those are good points. Jeff, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, I think those are all great points. This is some of the, we couldn't fit the whole scope and contract on one slide. So just rest assured that many of those concerns are already baked into our approach. I think the incentive program is something we would focus on, but it's not. But we always look more holistically as well. And I like the idea of looking back at the projects that have been approved over the past 5 years, both under the incentive program, but also other projects that have happened and been approved, to see to what degree does each serve the same, overlapping, different, competing segments of the market, because that can help you tune the incentive program and exclude things if the market's covering bases, or add things if the market's not. So I think evaluating the efficacy of the market to serve the needs, and then also the policies we have to serve the needs, comparing how those work, and that's another way to identify gaps that we might be able to inform scenarios around. I think to just thinking about the other things that are getting in the way that are outside of zoning or a specific incentive program, we'll always look at things like infrastructure. We'll think about the approvals process, cost drivers that people are running into, or the workarounds or strategies that people are seeing, or just other gaps, other opportunities for improvement across the board. And so we would summarize those, cover all of those, think about strategies to address them. And some of those might be best practices that are better led by a different entity, and others might be things that the county should directly try to take on and lead in the county.
I just want to add about the incentive programs, only certain ones have to come to us. There's a lot more happening in the community that they don't come to us for the tax breaks, specifically the lower income, more affordable housing projects. And I'm assuming that the information that's going to come back will include all of those as well, and not just the ones that the county has had a role in, but should be called out. And I think this is where the synergy with the community development comes in, right? Is that although we don't see those projects directly come to us, except the ones that go through like Land Bank and Brownfield, but otherwise, they may go to the city or another entity for approval for that pilot, for example. But that's where community development could play a role in it as well. And even though it doesn't come to this board, it still is something I'm assuming is a potential role for community development to help coordinate.
Just a clarifying question. There's no limit on AMI that this study is going to be focusing on, right? It's across the scale from 0 to infinite?
To market, yeah, we articulated that we would assess market conditions for all segments.
Great, thank you. That's all I got.
Any more comments or questions, concerns for Mr. Cameron in regards to the housing study, or for Mr. Sauser?
Just to comment that the AMI is high on this, on these slides that we received. It says $106,100 for Grand Traverse County. It's not a deal breaker, but when I look at census data, I get a lower number than that.
Well, when we were talking about looking across the whole board of everybody that lives here, as opposed to affordable housing, I think it's probably, we do have more millionaires under 40 than per capita than anywhere else in Grand Traverse County.
Vern, are you saying that the data here is inconsistent with the census data and you're wondering where that's coming from, or?
Yeah, that's my question. When I look at AMI for Grand Traverse County, I get different numbers, but they're more in line with like 94,000 a year, 96,000 a year, but this is 106,000, well, just slightly over 106,000, and I'm curious where it came from, because I think there's a lot of people who are in the higher income brackets, but they may be skewing the data, because there's a lot of people, as we know, who make a lot less money than that. And like I said, this isn't a deal breaker. I just wanted to make a comment about it. It's on the slide. It's next to the Massachusetts map with the.
That could reflect family income, not individual income. That
Oh,
may
I
be the difference.
see. That,
It says its median income comes from the census, 86,000.
2024, I believe, isn't it?
That's the most recent census data we have.
I could talk about that if it's helpful. It's a very confusing topic. HUD issues an AMI that is used to govern certain housing programs, and it's really the median family income for a family of 4 in a certain geography that might or might not correspond to a local geography. So often it's organized by county, but we try to present a variety of median income. So when we do AMI, we'll use that HUD one because that's how everybody thinks about AMI. But many of our charts and graphs won't use AMI because most people don't think of the world through that lens. They think about the local median income, perhaps, or we can talk about other ways to frame it that are accessible to the people in the community. So what you're seeing here on this slide is it's the census 2024 median income for the county based on the way the census thinks about that. HUD has adjustments they make. So there's rarely perfect alignment between those two measures. When we use AMI, we'll refer to the HUD one, but we can put that into the context relative to the actual median household incomes as well.
thanks for clarifying that. That makes more sense. Thanks.
So if there's not any more comments, questions, or concerns? Mr. Cameron?
Thank
Mr.
you.
Sawyer? Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Look forward to see the results.
Thank you all.
All righty, so now we're going to go to 5D, the Recruitment and Retention Committee recommendations. Let's see, where do we want to start with that? Yes.
Well, I can start with what we've been working on as the chair of the committee. We've been working, it's retention recruitment, so we're trying to figure out how to recruit better candidates and retain our candidates. And we've been discussing the sliding scale and the steps and everything in the salaries of our contract and non-contract, not contract, but non-contract employees. And I know that HR and administration and Mr. Leahy has brought together information. If we want to, I don't know who wants to present that.
I would. Ms. Kinsey or Ms. Kinsey, do you want to take a stab at this, and Mr. Leahy can?
I'll go, while Donna comes up, I'll say that this committee has been working for a year and a half. And one of the elements that we have focused in on is compression, wage compression among non-contract, so non-union, exempt, so non-outright salary. So salaried, non-hourly, non-union. This is a group of 70 people who work for our county. They are department heads and deputy managers and inspectors, and think of the prosecutor's office, think of parks. We have 70 people in our workforce of about almost 600 who are in these wacky pay scales, right? They've got, they're often maxed out, so they can't move up. And, or they're higher than if they do move up, they'll actually take a pay cut, or they won't get enough incentive to take on going from, say, a deputy who's on hourly. If I move up to the next level up, I may make the same amount of money, but now I don't get overtime, and, you know, and so there's no incentive. And this has been a growing problem caused by many things over many years, and our committee decided to try to take a whack at it, and that's how we got here. Boom.
Hi, Donna Kinsey, Human Resources, Grand Traverse County. I feel that years ago, I think the reason why we have that compression is that years ago, the salaried employees, which there's 70 of them right now, didn't receive pay raises, but the other groups were receiving those increases, causing our salaries to kind of stay, and those kept kind of going up. So like I'm going to use Mike's example. In Mike's area, he has deputies or folks that are directors that and the grade behind it, if they took on the director job, they would be basically making just a few dollars more. And a lot of them are saying, you can keep that job for the amount more work it's going to be, and now I'm an exempt employee. No, thank you. So we've experienced that in a few of the areas. Mike's area, we're experiencing it, it seems like more, and it's probably because he has a bigger area. So that's why we looked at it. And then if you look at the old salary grade level, there was 25 steps in it. And if you look at it, some steps make more than you would think. You would keep it alphabetically, or even 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, you may be a 6 and make less money than a 4. So it got really, years of looking at it, it looks like it just got really messed up. So we took a stab at it and tried to make it so it made more sense. And we looked at, obviously, you will see that to do that, we had to get rid of some of the grades and kind of combined them.
If I may add context, as the years have gone by, we have pay grades from H to N. Those are the grades. And over the decades of having this pay scale, prior administrations and this administration have tried to deal with individual workers. So how do we manage an individual worker that changes their job description or changes the classification, and they fall within those wage scales, H through N? So we create L1, L3, L7. Those numbers, you would think as you progress, or that there would be consistency within the subscale of the 1 through 7. There's not. There's no consistency. An L3 may be more than an L1, but an L7 may be less than an L3. So it's very confusing, and it's our fault. We did it. So we're trying to clean up and clarify and be more rigid. So the proposition that was brought to the recruitment and retention ad hoc was the concept of having an H through O, H through P, with subscale, one subscale. And the scale is an H to an I is a 10% increase, an H to an H1 would be a 5% increase, roughly speaking.
Can we pull up on the screen? I think it would be very helpful for this conversation if we're all looking at the same thing, because this gets super weedy super quickly. In our packets, I'm looking at page 38 of 52 is the current scales. And so 30, and that's where you can see what Nate just said, H. Oh, I see 38 of 52.
The packet's 58 of 62.
Yeah, the packet's different, but.
Kidding me.
If you go to the link,
Yeah, there's 3 different page numbers on mine,
Yeah, go
4
to the
different page numbers.
Oh.
on
Third
mine.
link of the 3 that are listed.
3 of 7, 39 of 60.
That's too much going on.
So the version I'm looking at is from the meeting packet from the R&R committee, and it starts with the logo of the county on top, and it says salary grades current, and then it goes grade, and then it's H, H1, H2, I, J, J2.
Oh, you're way up there.
Yep, right.
Yep, right there. And that
What
would
does that
be,
say on
that would
yours?
be 39 of 62 in the header.
39 of 62. Yeah, you're right, there's a,
Looking at these other charts.
It's in two different spots, it's presented differently.
so, okay, so there's the current goes through N3, and then the committee
Nate, if you
looked
want.
at 2 alternatives, and I would say let's just only look at option A, because that's what the committee focused in on. And option A is right below it. It's doesn't have like option A, proposed options, option A, and then the table itself starts at the top of page 4 of 7, or 40 of 62, or 39 of 52, depending on which pagination you're looking at. It's right above option B. It might be easier to see it that way. There you go. So above option B is option A.
That's option A.
That's option A. Yep. All right, great. Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to have us looking at the same thing.
Perfect.
Is that the right thing to look at, Mr. Leahy?
Yeah, I think so. I think providing context first as to what we're currently working with. Sorry, Mike Leahy, Health Department, Grand Traverse County. The first scale pulled up is what Administrator Alger was explaining, right? The current playing field that we have, 23 separate grades, I think, right? 25. A handful of those are no longer in use, right? Currently at the moment, with varying degrees of percentiles from grade to grade. And then committee reviewed a few options. Option A is what our vice chair was explaining there. That begins to consolidate the scales, addressing compression, and utilizing the 5 and 10 percentile rules that Administrator Alger was explaining. And this is the visual as to what was then considered by the R&R committee then.
And all of these scales actually run in order, so, sorry, Mike's tall. All these scales run in order, where if you looked at the other one, you can see where there was no rhyme or reason to it.
So the committee recommended that there's 2 parts, right? One is to transition from where we are to a new scale, and that's, we as a board set the policy, and then HR goes out and works it person by person, position by position, right? And moving from current to A was estimated to cost.
Moving to this scale, the A scale was about $45,000.
85.
Oh, 85,000, yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking half a year, because.
Yep.
Like half a year, yeah.
So you know, for the cost of about 85,000, we get people hopefully in the right spot. The idea, the concept of the committee, that's why it's here today, is that we want to authorize HR to start that work so that we have this baked in for next year's budget.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve as presented.
I'll second.
And then I think just discussion before we, there were
Please do.
2 parts to the motion. One is that we do that. We want discipline, right? Like, part of the reason we got here is by not being super disciplined. So we want, that's sort of a cultural shift that we want to see. But the third thing is we want to look back on how it went. And so the second part of the second motion, if we pass this motion, is going to be to turn the committee into a standing committee with the instructions to review this a year from now to see how it went.
So what's the measure of success? That there's a better retention rate? I mean, how do we know that this is, other than anecdotal and somebody's happy that it makes more sense and they make a little more money, how do we track this with overall retention, with retention in this area? Like, what's the metric of success as we circle back, or as the committee does?
I think that's, this is structural. I think the individual effects of this policy, this shift wouldn't be immediately visible because it's not going to play out until a person is eligible for a promotion or a raise or a shift, or another job comes along, right? We just lost our emergency planner. Maybe if we had had a policy, maybe, right, I'm hypothesizing, maybe if we had done this sooner, we wouldn't have lost someone. It's gonna be a little tricky to say, what was our retention 2 years ago? What is our retention 2 years after? Maybe you see a difference, maybe you don't. But I don't think you're gonna see on the day afterward, I think it's gonna be difficult to say,
No, I
people are
said like
happy.
within a year, when we're looking
Yep.
back on it, I do feel
I-
like we should look at that retention rate,
I
because we
think
threw
we
money
should.
and a lot of resources at it. So
Yep.
it's like, is it?
Is it working?
Yeah.
I think the other thing, personally, the way to assess it is going to require more performance reviews and conversations between bosses and their employees.
I see it as quantitative and qualitative. So you're gonna look back, it's like, okay, did we affect our turnover? Have we seen more people being interested in jobs? Because it's not just about retention, it's about recruitment. So in a year from now, it's like, how many people what was the increase in people applying for the jobs that we have posted after the change, as well as how many people have left? But also, there's things that you can put a number to it, and there's a fancy formula, and there's a study and all this, but it's quality of life is too, or quality of life, of work life. And that some of those things may be very difficult for us to put a number figure to. But I mean, there's an overall feeling of the psyche. And it's like, hey, this is a great place to work, blah, 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 blah. And it goes beyond lip service.
But they still don't get performance reviews, right?
Not yet.
There's a committee, and maybe Donna or Mike wanted to share a little bit of working within, there's the committee work, and then I think there's also some additional efforts underway to bring those more online.
I can tell you, actually, we've been working in human resources. There's actually an area in Workday that we're actually going to show it to the administration, I think, coming up. But there's actually something in Workday where we can go in and, again, I know it's hard to do performance reviews when you're in a union environment, but there is reviews in there that we would like to start tracking stuff. Because we do have that feature in Workday and would like to start using it.
Well, if we're just talking about, this is a lot of people, 70 people, even if we started with these people, because as you said, a lot of the value in it would be tied to performance reviews. So, even just starting with that group, it's not non-union, it's not an issue.
Right.
Commissioner Ansel.
I think those are great questions, Commissioner, and we have the most qualified HR person I know right here at the podium. Donna, how would we measure, how do organizations measure kind of where they're at with their compensation policies? Do you measure it purely in retention, or is it in ease of recruiting? It's kind of a moving target, or a series of moving targets.
It's all of that. Everything that you just said, when you're looking at your salaried employees, and remember, these are 70 salary employees, you're looking at all of that. You're looking at the people that you're hiring, are they doing their job? You're looking at turnover. You're looking at, if you set a goal for them, are they getting those goals done? Are they accomplishing it? There's so many things when you're looking at doing an actual performance review. And my background, I come from a private industry, so we did performance reviews twice a year. So I'm very familiar with them. Again, it's very hard when you're working in a union environment because you're getting that certain increase. But we have talked about it, and it's just, we're nowhere near that. But it is something that we have actually discussed in the groups, and I know even offline. Kara, I'm going to throw you into this. And there are people that have saying, I like that idea, that I get, as a salaried person, I get my increase based on my performance.
And for any of the work group members or staff, have we looked at comparable counties as far as their pay scale, how they compensate? I understand we have, like, once you're here 6 years, you really don't get any more steps. Do other counties do that? Because that was established back when we had a pension.
Right. There are counties out there that have the step progression as we do, because, again, they're basically all union environments, and then they do step out. But they're looking at other things so that those employees that are salaried can start making a different amount of money based on performance.
Rob, I can just share with you my own personal experience working for Wayne County years ago. You were steps 1, 2, 3 were mandatory. To get to step 4 and above, it became performance-based. So it was a hybrid approach to their step schedule. And I've worked with cities that had similar policies.
Interesting.
So to clarify, the motion as presented covers both. If
Yep.
the motion was as presented, the presentation
Accept the
includes-
recommendations of the committee and
Yep,
enact them.
And, yep, just to be clear, because I said earlier we need a second motion, but I don't think we did.
Are you clear on that?
Yeah, it's right in the summary.
Perfect, that's perfect, that's where it should be.
Written ahead of time.
Yep.
Just because we didn't really clarify this part of it, I think for the public benefit was, I know you decided to, break this off in chunks, and this was the first step, or as this particular group of people was there a not good retention rate for this group? Was there, so what metric are we looking at? Is there a retention problem with this group?
Well, we could tell you the prosecutor just lost 2 more attorneys, and they are in this group. We know anecdotally, but we don't have a specific study that says, of these 70, how is the retention rate relative to the rest of the county? I never saw that if we have it.
No, I didn't, yeah.
Well, that would be helpful, I think,
Okay.
if we are going to reassess it in a year to say like, hey, did it,
That'd be great.
Any more comments, questions, or concerns? You're all set, Ms. Shealy?
Yeah.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Ms. Kinsey, Mr. Leahy, thank you so much. Lots of work. Go
I
ahead.
did, want to talk about TriShare, if you guys have.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay,
Please
sorry.
do.
Yes.
Please do.
It's on there. I just want to make sure that, because we are starting union contract negotiations, and that everybody is aware that it's something that we're going to be discussing. And I didn't know if that
We
had
have
to be
closed
something
session,
that had to be discussed amongst you. I just want to make sure I was presenting it out there. Because it's in your packet.
It's in the packet because the packet is the
Okay.
packet from the R&R
Yeah,
committee.
from the minutes.
But the only thing that the committee sent up to this board was the pay compression issue.
Okay, great.
So I do think TriShare is still being evaluated and discussed, and there's a lot more committee work on it, which we'll look forward to, but I think today was only business
great.
was what we
Thanks.
just did.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move right along to 5E, board rules, and this kind of, as, Commissioner Henschel stated, this is not just about the invocation procedure that we do, but it was brought to our attention by our attorney that, and this is my fault, that we are starting our meetings with the Pledge of Allegiance. Our opening ceremonies begin with the Pledge of Allegiance and then do an invocation, and that's not exactly what our rules state. And so I wanted to clarify that and fix that, but if anybody had anything else they wanted to talk about, I suppose we could. But I'm going to propose that to fix the things that we're doing in our rules, our Rule 5.4 Order of Business, it says, this is what it says currently. If the opening ceremonies include an invocation, the invocation should precede all other ceremonies, such as the singing of the national anthem or Pledge of Allegiance, and shall be done in accordance with an invocation policy as adopted by the Board of Commissioners. And I know nobody wants to hear me sing. So, my proposal is that I propose, and I make the motion, that we change Rule 5.4 to say the chairperson may determine the order of opening ceremonies, including invocation, the Pledge of Allegiance, and other exercises. Any invocation shall follow the board's adopted invocation policy.
I'll second.
Comments, questions, concerns?
I just say that I researched the topic of order. Robert's Rules of Order gives I would say like a template in which most people follow, which is to do it in the reverse order we used to. But there's really no rule, there's rules surrounding how you display the American flag and things like that. There's no written rule other than like a recommendation in Robert's Rules. I found other municipalities do it different ways, and it's however the chairman really wants to run the meeting is what I found. So.
Well, and I appreciate the research you did on that, because my personal perspective on this is that we are here for governmental business. That's first and foremost. Hence, the pledge should be started, because we're a nation, we're a republic, 250 years old this year. And anything after that comes under the Constitution. So, if there's no more comments, questions, concerns. TJ, Commissioner Andrews? Oh, I'm sorry, you had that,
You-
you have
you
a
had a
tell when
motion,
you're ready
no?
to talk.
You had a motion.
All right, so I'm gonna roll call vote this just in case somebody wants to say no, Bonnie, I'm sorry.
I figured that.
So can I clarify then, since this is a roll call vote, maybe I didn't understand it, but my understanding is that the change proposed today would only apply to the order of items in the agenda. It would not, or it would allow the chair to determine the order of items in the agenda, but it would not modify the current invocation policy that the county has, correct?
Correct.
So in order to modify the county invocation policy, as I understand it, or frankly to rescind it, if that is, that were to be considered, we would have to follow a different, this motion wouldn't cover that, right?
It sounds like you're getting ready for a friendly amendment.
I mean, I'm not getting ready for a friendly amendment unless the amendment is, I mean, my personal perspective is I don't believe we need an invocation. I think the Pledge of Allegiance is what sets the tone and the policy and the process for the governmental business that this board does. So I do favor doing away with the invocation. I think it's unnecessary to the business of this board. I don't think this motion accomplishes that. So I guess I would look for maybe counsel from council.
Well, it won't do away with this. Where I was going with that with a friendly amendment is maybe allow to not only change the order of things, but also leave it up to the chairperson if you have an invocation. Because I know some people on this board would like that. I can go either way. Obviously, I have not participated in that, if you look in the last 3.5 years. Having said that, I've sat here and I've heard multiple commissioners, from Commissioner Walter to Commissioner Morris, and even Commissioner Spence say things that I'm like, I would never have thought about that, but it did set a certain tone for me for that meeting, whether it would be listening or patience or what have you. And believe me, folks, you got to have a lot of patience to sit on this desk, all the way down the board. And I'm thankful for everybody's patience, especially with myself, and my performance. So I don't necessarily agree that getting rid of that is the case, but I can understand how you'd want that. So my thought would be make it up to the chair.
My concern with that, and I suspect our attorney would share it too, is if it gives the chair too much discretion based on the content of the invocation.
That's interesting.
Matt's
Yeah,
got his hand
yeah.
up.
Go ahead, Matt.
Set up
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so just to answer Commissioner Andrews' first question, this motion does not address the invocation policy or practice of the board. It is strictly limited to just the board's rules in the sequencing of the board meeting. So as the chair's motion stated, it would just be to allow the order to be reversed. Chris, help me if I'm wrong. I have reviewed your invocation policy. I don't know if that's with the ad hoc policy review committee yet,
Yeah.
but that may be the forum to for the board to consider based on the policy review committee's recommendation, any changes to the invocation practice.
Yeah, so the history there is it was reviewed and approved by the Policy Review Committee. You did edit it and provide updates, and this board did approve it under the consent calendar at the May 20th meeting.
So thank you, gentlemen. So my proposal would be this. There's a motion on the floor.
When was that?
May 22nd,
May
May
20th.
27th?
20th.
20th,
May 20th.
sorry.
Okay, so as I understand our rules, as long as this meeting is within 90 days of of when that was adopted, we can rescind that policy by a simple majority. Is that right?
Pretty sure we can at any time.
Yeah, I think there's no time restriction on that. I think that if you wanted to amend or consider rescission of a policy at any time, that could be placed on a board agenda.
sounds like what Commissioner Andrews is proposing is separate from the motion on the floor,
Yeah,
and maybe we should,
But it would obviate the motion on the floor.
yeah, well, there's a
If we
mo-
rescind the invocation, then it would be a different
yeah.
motion.
The motion on the floor gives the chair the authority to put the opening ceremonies in any order he chooses.
It's not just
or
the
she.
invocation, it's everything else
Right.
too.
But if there is no invocation,
But it does.
Then what else is there?
right,
Right. There's no concern about order if
Mm-hmm.
it's just the Pledge of Allegiance.
I mean, my experience over the years, I've seen, choirs sing. I've seen it all,
Well, if you
Nate knows
refer-
what I'm talking about.
If you refer to
know.
our agenda for today,
yeah.
call to order, number one, opening ceremonies, exercises, or invocation.
Yeah.
There are three things listed there. So these are not necessarily mutually exclusive, but they're not tied at the hip. And there is a motion on the floor, and before we get into the weeds on whether or not we're going to have an invocation, this is going to be up to this motion that's on the floor, determines the order in which those things will happen when we have a meeting, regardless of what
So
they
you're
are.
saying, for example, let's say around the birthday of our country, we also want to have somebody come in and sing, and we're also saying the Pledge of Allegiance. That would give you authority to change the order as you wish.
Correct.
Regardless of, yeah, I'm fine with that, I don't care.
All right, so there's a motion on the floor if there's no objections. Roll call vote, please. Ms. Shealy?
Andrews?
yes.
Sorry. Henschel?
Yes.
Spence?
Yes.
Walter?
Yes.
Flynn?
Yes.
Morris?
Yes.
Seifert?
Yes.
I'd like to make the motion to then rescind the invocation policy.
I will second that.
All right, comments, questions, concerns? Seeing there are none, roll call vote, Ms. Shealy, when you're ready.
No, sorry.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Morris has something to say, my apologies.
So, I've heard all of the lagniappe about, sorry, that's a southern word. It's unnecessary. But I will be totally honest, I have gotten more to know my fellow commissioners during the invocation rotation than I have during conversation or during our business that we attend to. I was reading through some of the comments from people writing in about, their objection to a Christian prayer, or, that doesn't fit all of us. But to be honest, we represent everybody. We represent Christian population. We represent any Hindu population, Native American. We represent everybody. And one of the things that's really impressed me about our invocation is the diversity that we show when we're invoking. We've had Native American prayer here. We've had Unitarian, we've had Catholic, we've had Protestant. And one of the things that really impressed me were some of the words that were written by Commissioner Spence, talking about how we should focus and be kind to each other. And that set the tone for that meeting. We've seen blessings on each other, and we've heard about Black History Month. I believe Commissioner Walter read a lovely poem about that, and it's inspiring, and it puts us in a position where we're not just thinking as governmental people. We're thinking of each other and of the population as human. We represent them. We represent all of them. And to be honest, I, as a Christian person, listening to a Native American prayer, I'm like, oh, there's no problem with that. I can find God and truth in anything that's being said by anyone. And I think it's up to us to represent everyone. And this is to me, it's very heartfelt. And, you know, we got one interesting comment by a spiritual leader in this community, Tony Stanfield, that I absolutely loved. And trying to find what she said. I've learned that the commissioners have been permitted to offer invocations from their own faith traditions, reflecting the diversity of beliefs represented within our community. I believe this practice demonstrates both respect for individual convictions and an appreciation for the rich diversity that exists within Grand Traverse County. That resonates with me. And what she said about the decisions that we make affect the lives of countless residents and require wisdom, discernment, and a commitment to the common good. So taking a moment at the beginning of the meeting to focus ourselves has been a valuable element for me. And I would hope that other commissioners didn't receive this flippantly. I've certainly taken it very gravely and as part of the ceremony. You know, it's not about me. It's about all of us and everyone that we serve and our traditions. And I would believe that we would be better served keeping the invocation so that we can continue to be diverse and we can continue to be respectful of each other. Quite honestly, with all of the diversity, the only time that I have ever seen disrespect during the invocation was when Commissioner Henschel was offering it and the audience forgot to be respectful. Other than that, I feel that we have really been supportive of each other in this process. So I would say we keep it.
Commissioner Flynn.
I wouldn't disagree with majority of what you said, 100%. But as a member of a community in the audience at times and sitting up here as a Jewish woman, I've had issue with words said during invocation that didn't reflect me, which is fine. That's totally fine. But I made eye contact with audience members with like very shocked and not feeling comfortable. So if the invocation was meant to be all-inclusive, and before I was on this board, it didn't feel like it was all-inclusive. And so when new members got on this board and we chose to make things more inclusive and bring Black History Month and Pride Month and other things to this board. I respect that. If that was something that we could rescind this policy and go back to the drawing board, that'd be a different story. But at this point, as is, I'm going to stand by of rescinding this current policy.
Any more comments, questions, or concerns? Go ahead, Commissioner Spence.
Yeah, I want to say thank you, Commissioner Morris, for what you stated. It's kind. I also agree with Commissioner Flynn that it's not always inclusive and universal. It has been recently, but I feel like, and this isn't a long-standing policy to those who are listening in the public, this came up in 2019, so it's pretty fresh for the most part. And I do serve on the Beta Board of Directors, and we have a moment of silence following the Pledge of Allegiance, which I think is a really good fit for everyone. No one feels left out or excluded that way. So I can't support continuing on with the invocation, but I would love to include something that helps us to focus and center ourselves, and I appreciate that. That's all I have to say.
Go ahead, Commissioner Andrews. You got something to say?
I
I'm sorry,
just
Commissioner
wanted
Angel,
to
my apologies.
clarify that the Board of Supervisors ended about 1970, at which point the Board of Commissioners was formed and created and elected similar to what it is now, and there has been an invocation ever since, with the exception of 2 years. So in 2019, we came back to it from a 2-year no invocation. It just never had a policy. The reason for the policy wasn't so that we could have it. We had it before the policy. The reason for the policy was to make sure everybody was represented equally. And even if rescinded, we could still have an invocation based on whether the chairman says, yeah, go ahead and give an invocation.
And the motion is the rescinding the
To rescind the policy simply rescinds the guarantee of fair play.
That is correct, because that means if Commissioner Spence wants to do an invocation after we pass this, I can grant that. So, having said that, I'm very disappointed. I said, because the First Amendment protects speech that we don't like, not the things that we do like. And that is our job here.
100%. I agree with you, but there's
So,
something,
and
but there's
also-
more as a team, as a group that we could work out to make sure that we're all feeling comfortable up here.
Well, that's the rub, isn't it? Freedom of speech is what we're uncomfortable about.
But-
So there's a
But
motion
then
on
there
the
should be
floor.
repercussion.
Motion to call,
Can I speak on the motion?
please.
So I just want to say that I don't think this motion prevents anybody from connecting with any person or spiritual or other practice or devotional one at any time before or after this meeting, or even frankly during this meeting. I would also just note that I go to township meetings, and I've never seen an invocation at a township meeting. At most of the board meetings that I go to for other entities and other boards, I don't see any invocation. I don't know why this particular board should have a policy that allows for unlimited, right? I don't think this is preventing anyone from speaking by rescinding this policy. It doesn't prevent anybody from exercising their First Amendment rights 100%. Those are protected.
Mm-hmm. So, with any more comments, questions, or concerns? Ms. Shealy, a roll call vote, if you please.
Did Commissioner Andrews second that?
No, I did.
Commissioner Flynn? All right. This is to rescind the invocation policy.
Correct.
Henschel?
No.
Spence?
Yes.
Walter?
Yes.
Flynn?
Yes.
Morris?
No.
Andrews?
Yes.
Seifert?
No. Thank you, everyone. Commissioner Andrews, I think Ms. Shealy has a question.
Oh. There were one, two. This is really hard to read, this thing.
So typically, it takes 5 people
One,
to
two,
pass a
three,
motion,
four.
but
There were
because of the...
4 yes and 3 no.
Matt, would you please weigh in?
Yeah, that requires a majority of elected and serving to effectuate. So you'd need
However,
5.
we have a board policy. TJ? Commissioner Andrews,
I was
I'm
just
sorry.
going to ask the attorney under which provision?
That's a Michigan state statute. So final board action requires a majority vote of those elected and serving.
I thought that was passage or adoption. That's 46.32,
Yes.
not rescission.
So the motion fails.
What's the rescission?
No, but that's adoption or passage, not rescission of a prior action
Well,
taken within 90 days?
it's whether or not the rescission passed.
What?
It applies to any board action in order to effectuate.
I'm reading our bylaws. It says, final passage or adoption of any measure or resolution is,
Yes, the first part, final passage.
so rescission is, in your opinion, is a passage?
Yes, in order for the rescission to pass, it requires a majority vote of those elected and serving.
Could you read what it currently says?
Yeah, our 11.2 says procedural and other questions arising at a meeting, except those decisions required by statute or board rule to have a higher authority shall be decided by a majority of the members present.
Yes, and this is not a procedural question.
Okay, your position is that a rescission is a passage.
In order for the rescission to be effectuated, it requires a positive vote of majority elected and serving.
Okey dokey.
Thank you, everyone. All right, let's move right along to second public comment. The rules are the same as before. We're limiting to 3 minutes. Please feel free to walk up to the podium, state your name, speak your piece.
Well, good afternoon. We've sat here a long time. My name is Larry Galehouse. I'm from Long Lake Township. I'm a veteran. I'm a licensed professional engineer, and I'm the upcoming chairman of the Grand Traverse County Republican Party. I would like to start out and say that we live in the greatest country in the world. Does everybody agree? I hope so. We're blessed to be here, but remember this, that one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. God deserves to be in the public square. We can't remove God from the public square. So, this is not a secular society. Think about that. We're not a secular group. So with that, a small minority of people that oppose this are wrong, because the great majority of people believe God should be in the public square. And you folks are in the public square. Thank you.
Thank you.
Name is Donald Coe, 211 Midtown Drive, Traverse City, Michigan. I just want to go back to the earlier presentation concerning economic development for the county. I'm the old guy in the room these days, and I've been here for 40 or 50 years in business and created businesses when you had an economic development function in this county. Gene Durenzi was key to us being able to establish our various businesses because we as business people could depend upon county support. So I really applaud the fact that you're bringing back an economic development function, but a three-person department or a two-person department is probably, in my mind, too little too late. This person who has this function really would be better served by ensuring that this county actively participates in all of the other economic development organizations that already exist. And you can do that under just a Rotary Charities banner. Rotary Charities is extremely interested in change, and therefore will fund organizations that work for change to better the community. For those of you who are really old, you could pull the Grand Vision Study off the shelf. 15,000 people in this region contributed to a Grand Vision Study with many of the subjects dealt with in detail, which I heard you talking about today. The state has under various offices, but also has a new Office of Rural Prosperity. You should be working with them. Don't reinvent the wheel. Please ask this department, now that you've formed it, to spend more time on finding out how they can participate actively and collaboratively with the groups that already exist that have done good work in this state. Now, for me, from a farming community, and as the next Commissioner of Agriculture for the state for 8 years, I can tell you that the farming community here feels that the county as well as the townships have not dealt fairly with the farming community, so now we have the old Mission WAMP situation. That is bringing, I think, disgrace to this area of the state. Should never have happened. It should have been people working together. I personally believe the problem is Yep, thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. Anybody else?
My name is Jim Heller, Blair Township, and thank you, commissioners, for allowing me to speak. I want to share from my experience as involved in intercessory prayer since the 90s. I've heard comments here of how prayer can change the atmosphere. Thank you, Commissioner Morris. I think Commissioner Seifert also talked about that. It changes the atmosphere. It brings us together. It appeals to a loving God and says, hey, can you help us in what we're trying to do? We have way too much division, as we know. And if we can come together just as a moment and just realize there is a higher power that we have, regardless of what your background is. There is a higher power. I have too many experiences in my life of the power of prayer and the positive impact it has had on so many people's lives, that to not do it would be sad. All I can say, from my experience, prayer moves the hand of God, and it sets the atmosphere that helps and bring us all together. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello, my name, excuse me, my name is Marilyn Deere. I'm from Long Lake Township, and I must say I'm kind of shocked that this would have been brought up to eliminate any type of asking for God's help in any decisions. Our country was based on Christian principles, and so not to take not to look at this and I'm sorry, 12 days ago I had a very near-death experience, and so I'm kind of still fuzzy here a little bit, and this so I guess to kind of form my thoughts, I'm just shocked that that this would that this body that's leading our community would think to leave God out of it. It does not make sense to me for you to even think about that. And I hope it's looked at again and reevaluated. I think our community speaks to unity and having God part of our community in every way. Okay, thanks.
Thank you for speaking. Anyone else?
Good afternoon. I'm Bruce Moore. I am in East Bay Township in Commissioner Henschel's district. I am delighted to see so many people here at a county commission meeting. At this point, I have been to more county commission meetings than 8 of the 9 sitting commissioners. Commissioner Henschel is the only commissioner who has been to more county commission meetings than I have. I have listened to many invocations. Most of the invocations are actually very divisive. I have listened to several that I have found to be absolutely offensive. First, I should say I speak of my own opinions here and not in any of the capacities that I serve. I would really like to see the invocations go away. In practical terms, they have. In practical terms, there are very few clergy-led invocations at this point in time, and in most respects, this is a non-issue. I would love it to see you here talking about other issues that affect children of God when we are talking about homelessness and housing and a variety of other things. Choosing the invocation as where you're going to
Point of order,
stake your
the
flag?
comment should be directed to the chair, not the
That's
public.
true. He's not wrong, Bruce. You gotta yell at me, not them.
Okay, I'll yell at you.
Thanks, Matt, appreciate it.
Taking the place of the invocation as where people are going to fight the battle, that's the wrong place to fight the battles.
Thank you for speaking. Anybody else want to speak at this time? We're gonna get to
Camilla Williams, East Bay Township. Our founding fathers always had prayer, always had prayer. And the First Amendment, I believe, has been misrepresented. The founding fathers wanted to separate the government's ability to establish a religion. Because the kings always did that. So first a king would come in and he's Catholic, okay? Then he'd destroy the Protestant churches, maybe kill a few Protestants. It was a wonderful thing. So it was go back and forth between Protestant and Catholic until King Henry VIII in about 1500, he established the Church of England that's still established. So what they wanted to do was not have the government establish the religion. And that's why they had the First Amendment. And I think it's a wonderful thing. And the power of prayer is very strong. And so that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking. Any more comments for second public comment? Going once, going twice, third time's a charm. And is becoming quite commonplace, we have a closed session.
Mr. Chair, I move we enter into closed session to consider the purchase of real property pursuant to right of first refusal as permitted by MCL 15.268(1)D.
Second.
All right. I heard Commissioner Flynn and Commissioner Morris, so pick your pick.
Want to play rock, paper, scissors?
I don't care.
All right, roll call vote, if you please.
Spence?
Yes.
Walter?
Yes.
Flynn?
Yes.
Morris?
Yes.
Andrews?
Yes.
Henschel?
Yes.
Seifert?
Yes, and that's in the Great Lakes Conference room, I'm being told. See y'all there shortly. That one over there, isn't it? Or is he upstairs?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Is that today?
Yes, right now, it started at 11.
Started at 11, Jamie's meeting. I'm sure the show didn't take that long. It probably didn't take it that long. That's fortunate, I wanted to see that. We could stop and ask him how it went. Hey, here it is.
Well, are you hooked up what they call a ClickShare device for sharing your video? And that's what's causing these problems in here.
Well, and he called me in right as it was starting, and I was listening up, and when I came out, I couldn't get the video.
Oh, shoot. Let's try that.
bald.
I always feel like I keep my backpack on, I'm like,
That's a major fail.
Probably all the water that's coming through the road and outside lots, so we got lots of water everywhere. We should turn this building into a water park.
No.
It's already hydrated.
Water slide
Exactly.
into the river.
Into the river. Can you imagine? Luxury hotel.
You guys in your mission, please.
Move to come back.
Right, for sure.
are we all here?
We're all here, Mr. Chairman. I move to come back into open session.
Second.
All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Actually, let me get to where I need to be, so. Unless somebody wants to make the motion before I get there. Holy
Mr.
crap.
Chairman, I move to authorize Grand Traverse County to exercise its contractual first right of refusal for the purchase of the real property located at 2325 North Garfield Road, Traverse City, Michigan 49686, pursuant to the right of first refusal dated June 25th, 2025, as amended March 10th, 2026, and the notice of bona fide offer received April 16th, 2026, to approve the purchase of the property at a price equal to 90% of the stated purchase price of $2,912,500 in accordance with the terms of that agreement, to direct the county administrator and finance director to recommend and present to the Board of Commissioners actions necessary to effectuate such funding, including any necessary budget amendments or transfers, to authorize the county administrator to execute and deliver the notice of exercise of right of first refusal in compliance with applicable notice requirements, and to negotiate a purchase agreement consistent with the right of first refusal, which shall be submitted to the Board of Commissioners for review and approval prior to execution, and to authorize the county administrator to execute any and all documents necessary to complete the acquisition following board approval of the purchase agreement, subject to approval as to legal form by the county's civil council, and to make the county's obligation to close contingent upon satisfactory title commitment and insurable title, satisfactory environmental review, verification and acceptable assignment of any existing leases affecting the property, satisfactory inspection and due diligence review of the property condition, confirmation of zoning and absence of material code violations, execution of a board-approved purchase agreement, and availability of funds, and to direct that all actions necessary to meet the June 15th, 2026 notice of exercise deadline be taken promptly.
And that's 2 weeks in a row you win the internet.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ansel, damn. All right, so
Do we
we're gonna.
need a roll call?
Yes, we do, please.
Walter?
No.
Flynn?
Yes.
Okay, geez, got him. Morris?
Yes.
Andrews?
Yes.
Henschel?
Yes.
Spence?
Yes.
Seifert?
Yes. Most carries, so thank you, everyone.
Everybody? Good.
No exception, no exemptions or exceptions, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Have a great weekend.
This one set the record. 126.
Yeah, this was my last one.